brain, your heart.
What change will this wind bring? Something ancient stirs. Let's soar. Winter wind, guide me. We are all connected. I am neither the first nor the last. Meaning in every snowflake.
First blood.
Forever watchful. I have felt this corruption before. I dream of eras past. I have felt this corruption before. I am neither the first nor the last. Something ancient stirs. A great darkness approaches.
An ally has been slain.
We are all connected. What change will this world bring? Winter wind, guide me. Think beyond one lifetime.
An enemy has been slain.
Take time to reflect.
has been slain.
A thousand lives will I give for the Freljord.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The Freljord awakens. Forever watchful. Think beyond one lifetime. Let's soar. I have felt this corruption before. I will be reborn. Take time to reflect. We are all connected. Something ancient stirs.
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Lives will I give for the Freljord. What change will this wind bring?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I dream of eras past. Forever. I have felt this corruption before. We are all connected. Life passes so swiftly.
You have been slain.
Let's soar. A 1,000 lives will I give for the Freljord. Something ancient stirs. I will not forsake my home. So young, so nice.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
What change will this wind bring? Take time to reflect. Think beyond one lifetime. Meaning in every cycle. I will be reborn.
An ally has been slain.
thousand.
enemy has been slain.
Something ancient stirs. I will be reborn. Winter wind. Think beyond. Meaning in every snowflake.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I have felt this corruption before.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What change will this wind bring?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Meaning in every snowflake. We are all connected. Take time to reflect. Winter wind, guide me. I am neither the first nor the last. What change will this wind bring?
Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Something ancient stirs. What change will this bring?
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Poor creatures, so confined by a single life. Meaning in every snowflake. I have felt this corruption before. lives will I give for the Freljord?
An enemy has been slain. Ace.
秋田から進学してきたの。
ねえ、秋田って何が有名？
今年的万千星辉颁奖典礼2015各个奖项都已经颁发。
परदेसी जाना नहीं मुझे छोड़ के मुझे छोड़ के শুনতে কি পাবে গান আমার জানি না কোথায় আছো তুমি কত দূরে আমার এই মনের কথা যায় ভেসে দূরে
How you doing today? That's not good.
Wow.
What's up, beautiful? Have a good day. Hey, what's up, girl? How you doing? Somebody's acknowledging you for being beautiful. She said thank you.
Oh, bless you. Hey, baby.
Hey, beautiful. How are you this morning?
Have a nice evening.
Nice. Damn. Damn.
I'm beautiful. God bless. You're sexy, American Eagle. Hello, good morning.
Good one.
Good, girl.
Feeling good, girl.
Make my smile.
Say something funny.
Yeah, let me hear your number, girl.
Yeah, let me see your phone.
Really? Where you going? Oh, okay, I see.
All right, ready?
such highly skilled mechanical players, you just have to assume they're going to dodge the double up. Like, they won't be standing in the right cone. Oh, whoa! He's gone to the fountain!
There's no way! Oh, this is amazing! That was so perfect! Doublelift takes the win! That is a victory! That is a kill! You chose the snowball!
The double up. Like, they won't be standing in the right cone. Oh, whoa! He's gone to the fountain!
There's no way! Oh, this is amazing! That was so perfect! Doublelift takes the win! That is a victory! That is a probability when we
head off at this point. They're gonna run in, throw out the mug, jump straight in with those dual axes. Oh no! It's happening again!
That's it, boys! There it is! Twice in a row! What is the possibility? Absolutely amazing! It happened again! I don't know, boys. I don't know about another remake. Now this
one.
He's done. He's done.
That's it.
Shaking his head. Unplug the USBs. We'll see it one more time. He throws it in the brush. And he's off and running. Whee! He even put his ultimate on to be like, am I going to stop my own snowball? We'll see. Wait, are they sit? They're still sitting.
Brogan's like, wait, give me another shot.
Are we ready
more.
for listening with these guys? I wonder if we can hear what they're saying. This could be intense.
But falling to Bjergsen, that does mean that it's 2 players from Team Fire that were in the 1v1 finals, and they have earned 200 points, giving them a 100-point lead over Team Ice. So 775 up against 675. That means if Team Ice ends up winning the best of 3 and Team Fire wins the All-Star, that'll be 200 points, and Team Ice wins 300 points in the best of 3. We get our tiebreaker. It's all set, Niels. The stage is so
I don't
ready.
think anyone understood the point thing, but yeah, I actually a bit hope that we get the 1v1 against Captain Jack, just so I get a chance to play something and I can take the victory.
I personally have full faith in Coach Niels.
I don't.
I'm pretty sure.
No.
Wait, you don't?
What's that?
I don't trust in the Danes anymore.
Oh. Well, Bjergsen just won the
Yeah, he's American
tournament.
Dane. He's American Dane now.
He's American Dane now. Well, we'll see if it ends up happening. That may be it for the Howling Abyss, but the action doesn't stop here. After the break, the best of the best will take to the stage for a 5 versus 5 clash. And before we go, we'll hear from another legend on the Rift, your North American top lane all-star, Dyrus.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Dyrus, who recently capped his 5-year legendary esports career at Worlds. And it's been so long, Dyrus. You were 19 years old when you joined TSM, 18 when you started playing League competitively. After this whole journey, if you could say one thing to 18-year-old you right now, I'm you at 18 years old, what would you say?
Don't leak any strategies and be as healthy as you possibly can.
But it's been a long career. 202 NALCS games, including playoffs. Most assists ever for a top laner. You've been to all 5 World Championships. You've been to all 6 North American LCS finals. 51,557 CS, which is the 3rd most all time. Do those numbers mean anything to you?
Yeah, it means a lot to me in a way where it's shown how long I've actually played the game. Not so much for like, you know, the top of my performance of like in a single game, but more of how long that I've been doing it for.
With all of that, when did you actually decide to retire and step away from the game?
So as I played League more and more, I was the kind of player that was okay with, and when I first joined TSM, I wasn't.
Laners, is it AD carries that can take the title?
Oh, the 1v1 Snowdown Showdown is live. We're on to the Abyss. Bjergsen versus Prey. We'll see who comes out on top for Fire. Yes, they have to take their own teammate out, as we said before, but it's for the better. In the end, it's for the better.
In
Promise.
the end, yeah, it's okay. They'll all be able to rejoice in the extra points they'll get, but Prey kind of conceding the control of that bush to Bjergsen, but again, it is only a minor thing unless the Bjergsen can actually punish this. Prey will look to back up just as the wave comes in, and unless Bjergsen gets forced away, shouldn't really do too much. It will equalize out as the minion waves hit.
See where they go with this. It looks like they're just painting happy little smiley faces.
Happy face.
Happy little faces.
Putting happy little trees onto Howling Abyss.
No mistakes. There are mistakes.
There
very much are mistakes. All right, 1 CS each side. I don't know, Prey attacked a different minion. This may be in Bjergsen's favor now.
It may do. It actually isn't so much of a problem for Prey right now that he missed that first CS, as long as he gets the push at the same time. But that's all he's got to do is equalize, and he's actually ever so slightly ahead. He's about an auto up just from the extra damage that he got down onto the minions early on.
Patiently waiting, so he's going to drop the minions back so he has a little easier time to farm back here.
Yeah, and it's his first minion off the second wave that is going to give him level 2, so expect him to go all in, well, at least land damage down onto Bjergsen if Bjergsen can't equalize
100,000,000%.
There you go, though. Even timing on these two. It's going to be neck and neck for a long time.
See the movement as well. They're kind of keeping opposite sides of each other, mirroring that position so they don't get any auto attacks in. They're not wanting... See 8 to 8 here in CS, very even, and I don't feel like they're going to miss any for quite some time unless they can actually get this minion wave to the turret. Bjergsen just walking that minion out to the side, and the trade so far very respected by both sides. Nobody has gone all in, seeing the 2 or probably 3 is going to come out.
Yeah, it is off the.
All right.
Ooh. Good trade. Although Bjergsen does have slightly more mana, I'm kind of interested in whether either of them are running mana regen in this situation. Bjergsen will hit 3, Prey hits 3 as well. Both of them running 6/6/18, so going for that sustain build that we've seen before. Interested to see what runes and masteries are being run between these two. I'll take a look at them now.
All right, Prey taking a little bit more damage. Bjergsen does have a lead here as he's going to heal up a bit, but takes that light across the face. He is not feeling good. Remember, they can talk to each other. You see Prey smiling right now, knowing he got a bit of an advantage with that Q, but the mana is still low. Goes for the Relentless Pursuit and also hits the Q. Very nicely done with the Piercing Light. Now he's out of mana, though. He's got to be careful. Bjergsen still has a Pursuit under his belt, but cannot go for it. Relics have spawned. Looks like we'll get a little more back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like Bjergsen, I believe, has ever so slightly less armor in this trade. So it means every time that Prey trades into him, Bjergsen should take ever so slightly more damage from this. So Prey is going to look to utilize that, but I believe Bjergsen's traded at 4 slight mana regen. So we'll watch his mana bar as this game continues.
A lot of things we see is a mistimed exhaust within these fights as well. It throws things off greatly if you're to use that too late. You already took too much damage because then the Ignite just starts eating through you and you can't get done what you need to after the other guy's down with Ignite, or exhaust rather, because you're now getting exhausted. So it becomes a very tricky situation of who uses it first, or if you're the second guy to use it, you're going to be on top.
This is a very tense start to this game because it's Prey does manage to take.
That's big.
That is a big factor there as Prey takes it. We'll get, of course, the regen off that.
It's one of those mechanics you got to think about. What side are you on when the time of the Relic is going to spawn? Bjergsen mainly playing the left side the whole time so far, and that really played in favor of Prey. 5 as well. He's going to get 6 before Bjergsen does if he doesn't get back.
Prey is getting really good trades here. He's hitting both minions and Bjergsen. And what that's forcing is Bjergsen, as he takes more damage, forcing Bjergsen to try and counter push this wave because he doesn't want it pushing under the turret because that is what gives Prey so much freedom. And keep in mind, this version of Howling Abyss, the towers do extra damage to the creeps. 2 tower shots will kill a melee minion outright, so you can't let that happen. And the back creeps will get killed with, it's just 1 shot and then an auto. So it's very different to Summoner's Rift.
Riot, please. So, long swords on the side of Prey. Gotta get more long swords. And it looks like it's gonna be more sustain on the side of Bjergsen. So he actually turns his long sword into a scepter. He'll come back to lane and actually maybe try to trade more in this instance.
The only problem with this is keep in mind that that's extra upfront health that Prey is going to have from
With
those Doran's blades. Plus he has that ever so slight more armor, so it means he should be able to trade initially more effectively, and then Bjergsen will have to just regen back up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working out too well right now. Still a relic behind Prey if he even needs to get it. Bjergsen's going to walk into his. It does not give him too much back. Prey has put him up and top off his health bar. And Bjergsen knows the damage trade is not in his favor right now. The CS is already starting to go in favor of Prey. The exhaust is down. There's the calling. One last shot on the tail of Bjergsen, but does not take him down. He may be forced to go back to base without another relic here. He's going to try to stay for the minion wave and for the levels. He's still not 6. This could be it. One more shot. Bjergsen goes down for game 1 of the best of 3. Prey takes it.
Because if he recalls,
mechanically sound players, and we'll intensive. Love to see a Jace mirror matchup. That'd be fantastic. Dodge and shock blast going in, hammering each other away. It'd be pretty brutal.
It's like, ha, I got.
We'll see what he can do.
I see where this is
Ezreal
going already. Yeah. Points for effort. You got it. You got it. Nailed it, I think. This is where they spell something else out.
Really good at Wheel of Fortune, don't worry.
Oh, dear.
So the Rengar Zillion. Prey's got it. He knows what he wants.
Oh, I actually wrote Ezreal down as the ban here. I'm like, they're messing me up here.
When everything gets inside your head, there it is. The Echo, the Anivia, Bjergsen coming up with the bans quick. We'll see if Prey can finalize one more game here. All of these are best of 3. Remember, the loser still gets 25 points for their team, so Fire's getting 25 points out of this, no matter what. It looks like they're going to spell it each time, so it's not going to be a mystery for us. Once they get down, hopefully they don't spell something weird next time. We just have to watch another Zillion Farm Fest for days on days on days.
I'm surprised that Bjergsen's taking this. Although Ezreal, he did play a little bit this season with the Runeglaive. I would just be like, come on, you're going to play me in a Syndra mirror. Syndra, spell it out. And then Bjergsen's like, ha, I got you. And then game 3, they play something like a top laner, which neither of them really have too much experience on. But Ezreal for both, Grasp the Undying for both, but the will spawn, of course, 75 seconds on the cooldown on those, so Prey kind of has an ever so slight advantage in the fact that Bjergsen took his just to get the extra mana back, make sure he could even up any kind of pushing that Prey is trying to do, because you can see there's a big stack in front of Bjergsen right now. He's letting it push all the way into the turret, and we will see the added damage come out. Good job for Bjergsen that one was pretty much just in the right spot, but that's how difficult it is. If you don't set up the minion from the melee minions first, you're never gonna get it.
Arcane Shift, Q hits as well, so Bjergsen down in CS a little bit if they were to go continuous wave for wave, but he does have a bit of damage. The Relic's there, Mystic Shot into the Relic, so he denies a bit of that health. Bjergsen still has his, no, he does not have his pick up, sorry.
And at this point, Prey is just trading a little damage onto himself, trading his health for the added CS that he has. Does miss that one, however, so everyone that Bjergsen denies by making a play like this using Vision.
There's the Ignite, Bjergsen could be very close to taking him down. Essence Flux goes in, he's got it! No way! 3 minutes, 30 seconds! So he denies a bit of that health. Bjergsen still has his, no, he does not have his pick up, sorry.
And at this point, Prey is just trading a little damage onto himself, trading his health for the added CS that he has. Does miss that one, however, so everyone that Bjergsen denies by making a play like this using Vision.
There's the Ignite, Bjergsen could be very close to taking him down. Essence Flux goes in, he's got it! No way! So he denies a bit of that health. Bjergsen still has his, no, he does not have his pick up, sorry.
And at this point, Prey is just trading a little damage onto himself, trading his health for the added CS that he has. Does miss that one, however, so everyone that Bjergsen denies by making a play like this using Vision.
There's the ignite. Bjergsen could be very close to taking him down. Essence Flex goes in. He's going forward. No way. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. After the first few days, it was looking. That man could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves. So Prey actually did have a CS matchup. I forgot about that. I thought it was only Froggen who went.
That's going to go on here because these two, we'll see exactly what they go for. Runes of Masteries, there is a difference in the skin. That's that's one little tiny difference.
I gotta go with Bjergsen on this one, obviously.
You do?
Caster Draven.
That is true. That is true. Again, Bjergsen's running extra health, Prey running extra armor. So to help Bjergsen out in the last game, punish Prey when Prey took a little too much damage off the minions, but it is even because Prey did throw out a couple of auto attacks himself, so Bjergsen does have about the extra auto early. We'll be able to get that level just earlier. No, okay, this has now evened up, so both of them will throw out the auto attacks. Very, very intense, very slight differences.
The ultimate troll here is going to be an axe catch, right? When you get close enough and you actually catch the other Draven's axe, which is a possibility. And that's when you lose a lot of damage in this matchup.
That's true. You stand aside, run.
Oh, catch it!
There you go.
Walk on him. Catch it. Oh, that's Prey. Prey in the lead. Prey's got to turn back now. Bjergsen actually has the advantage with the exhaust. A few more attacks. Is Bjergsen going to the finals? No. Prey hightails it out of there just in time. Both have popped their biscuits. We'll see if they can keep themselves alive. That sounded good.
An auto and an ignite would have been enough from Bjergsen, but he was respecting the fact that I believe Prey still had stand aside up, so that extra damage. Here he goes!
Oh, he missed the stand aside. Both axes still being caught. Bjergsen chooses not to ignite without that E hitting. Or I should say W hitting.
Wait, Prey didn't skill stand aside. He skilled his W instead, so there's a little less damage. Yeah, he skilled the movement speed. I guess he was just looking for that extra boost. Bjergsen is level 3, Prey is level 3.
He might have had to do it in the situation where he kept himself alive.
May very well be the case that. One auto and an ignite.
Grasp of the Undying is keeping Bjergsen so healthy right now, and he is just having a field day in front of the turret. This is going to be even hard for Prey now. He's going hard! Bjergsen's going to get it! The ignite! It goes down, and so does Prey!
One auto and an ignite.
Grasp of the Undying is keeping Bjergsen so healthy right now, and he is just having a field day in front of the turret. This is going to be even hard for Prey now. He's going hard! Bjergsen's going to get it! The ignite! It goes down, and so does Prey! Bjergsen moves on to the finals, 2-1.
And Bjergsen.
Pick ban in the actual regional matches, none of the fun matches, but the regional ones, when people are playing seriously, those two are off the table every time.
What, you mean the 1v1's not serious?
There's no... I guess the bans did get really trolly in that, so...
It's hard to get ahead with Mundo Jungle in the 1v1 though.
It's true.
On the other hand, we got Lee Sin banned away. Gangplank 2 is not a surprise either. He has been very, very high up there in the popularity.
Target ban to Froggen, target ban to Amazing. More generic bans on the side of Team Ice.
I wonder if there's going to be a Thresh ban over to Mad Life or a Blitzcrank. Because if you leave both those hook champions up for him, he's probably going to take one of them.
Got to play once. Mad Life did ban, or his team rather, ban his own Thresh at one point in the tournament. So doesn't seem to favor it that much. He's actually been playing a lot of tank supports, a lot of Alistar, Braum lately. Needs to be the initiator or peeler for his team overall. So may not even see that higher priority on that pick. But I'd love to.
It's not as fun.
I'd love to see Mad Life Thresh.
Yeah. I miss it.
It could still be a possibility. They can only ban that or the Blitzcrank going forward, but with the Lulu taken off the board, only 10 seconds remain to find out what Ice will remove.
Maybe Rise. I think seeing Faker's Rise was really scary. You might want to remove that off the field here. And no, it's going to be the Thresh for Mad Life.
Fear the Mad Life.
No fun.
No wife steal today. Of course, that does leave Elise a very high-tier jungler up. Meteos, rather, has been playing quite a lot of it, and he does lock it in.
I thought his Kindred was really good as well. So I'm a little bit surprised by the Elise here, especially since it's going to leave a whole lot on the table for that top lane, for that jungle. Still, that's extremely powerful.
And they don't even have to rush the Kindred anymore. They can just take their time here, leave it open. Yes, you can flex it in 80 carry roles, but in the match with this much at stake, and with these type of players that don't see a Kindred 80 carry kind of coming out, so Team Ice can prioritize other picks here, or just simply hide their picks as long as they come. There's no really power picks anymore that they really want to rush in the first 2 slots. Those days are kind of over.
Yeah, you pretty much get a core for your composition or something that's slightly contested very early on. I love just getting your jungler and your support very early on, but it looks like they're going to go with their 80 carry here for Uzi, and that is also still a flex pick, but most likely support, even though I don't like that too much.
I'm not sure how throwing a Karma in is going to go,
I think it's actually more likely that this Karma ends up on a solo lane, especially with solo lane Spooky Ghost being an option. That's
true.
I think she can do some interesting things, and we saw yesterday as well in the double lift Kasing matchup, just how strong Mantra W really is.
Well, we know a few people who love that mid lane Karma too.
Yeah, Karma is extraordinarily powerful with the Mantra W, like Prep was talking about, where you get so much HP back so quickly, you basically win every trade, and it's so frustrating. Karma can actually build many different ways. I've seen tank Karma before, and it's just absolutely ridiculous because it's your missing HP. It's a percentage, so you get way more back off of the W. So she has versatile builds, but in a lane, she's very oppressive.
Yeah, more importantly, Mantra W just... You can even use it and then not auto-attack and chase people in minions, and you will not draw minion aggro, since spells do not draw minion aggro, so some creative gameplays there, but she does fall off incredibly hard.
I like this Quinn. Is Marin going to take Quinn? Is he going to be on the flip side of a matchup here? I mean, maybe he learned a thing or two from Huni. You would hope.
It's a flex pick, man. Sometimes you just got to take the Quinn to win, but we do have a Braum locked in. That will be for Mad Life. Of course, still thinking it'll probably go to double lift, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm always very disappointed when Quinn is 80 carry, because Quinn is so powerful in mid, jungle, and top. I don't care which one. You know, there's top that's definitely the most powerful, but don't put it 80 carry.
You just want weird stuff.
It's a waste.
Every single time. Now, there's got an Alistar hover right here, which means we could be seeing the Karma in the solo lane. Amazing, considering his jungle pick as well.
Baker Rengar.
What else is still available in the jungle for him with the Elise off the table, the Kindred that we talked about? But what else do you think Amazing might want to go for if it's not this Rengar?
I mean, there's obviously Rek'Sai and Gragas, which have fallen off tremendously, so plenty of picks available, but the fact that he's hovering Rengar knows it's either Kindred or Rengar at this point. And it does seem the team is telling him, stop trolling. Pick that broken champion. Keep us alive.
Especially since they haven't drafted any knockback. You can't draft a Gragas at this point. Lee Sin is banned out as well. So Meteos, they aren't going to have anything that really hard counters the Kindred ulti.
Also the Trundle as well. I mean, this is kind of like a bit of a shot in the dark when you don't know what the top lane is going to be. And if it is that Quinn, I don't know if it's really optimal there.
There's so much flexing going on here. Trundle can technically be top laner.
Oh, you're right.
Against the heavy tank right now.
I have seen Trundle support.
Trundle support is fine, especially with Kalista to close the gap. You can pull him back out. You steal some 80 as well. Yeah, we've seen Trundle support been played plenty of times, and in a metagame where you may sometimes see some more one-dimensional tanks in the top lane, obviously Trundle goes up in value. Karma could end up both mid, top, and support, so Team Fire completely in the dark right now.
Yeah, at this point though, I wouldn't actually draft a tank on the side of Team Fire, because at that point you're just helping Trundle out. I would throw the Quinn top, I would pick your mid lane and your 80 carry here, and make sure that this is your lineup, because if you get somebody who's going to take tank stats, Trundle is direct counter to that.
The fact that Mad Life actually locked in that Braum also just indicates that they are looking for damage that in the top lane, have their tank on the support.
Good point. And also double 80 carry is so good with a Braum. If you land that Q, it pops immediately.
They've got a ton of damage on this side, not just from the AD side as well, with that Brand lock-in. Can be very oppressive. We have seen it used just a little bit. And I think in Faker's hands, anything's a weapon. Time ticking down here, and I don't think it's going to be the Zed. It's a little bit more the respect hover.
Yeah,
I know you're good at this, Faker.
I mean, it's a fun matchup.
Yeah, well, he could.
You get bullied when trying to CS, but Zed shadow movements have a lot of outplay potential. Brand is entirely skill shot based except for the E, so make a lot of things disappear.
See what Froggen goes with. I do want to talk about the Tristana here for double lift. I think Tristana is an undervalued champion on this patch because of the changes to explosive satchel. the satchel that if you actually get all stacks on it, you get a reset on your rocket jump, so you get to jump again.
Yep.
And it's a good counter to Kalista because you just point on him, throw it up, and there you go.
There we go. That seems more like a Froggen champion to me.
This is so Season 2, man. Brand mid against Nivea, against Lux. Jesus.
And the Trundle support. We got top lane Karma.
I love seeing matchups like this. I love Froggen's Lux, by the way. Straight up carried me in many occasions in my life, both offline, online. So fantastic pick to see.
Yeah, and I think that Lux benefited a lot from the new masteries. Thunderlord's Decree on Lux allows her to hit breakpoints very early on in the game. Around level 9, you can easily one-shot the enemy AD carry, the enemy mid laner, no problem.
Oh yeah, this is going to get incredibly bloody, but I do want to ask you gentlemen's opinions on which match or which full composition you really think is favored here.
It's really tough. These are no tank compositions except for the supports, so it's very squishy. You're going to have to rely on the jungler and get some advantage in that way. I do think the bot lane matchup does go in favor of Fire. That's really only the one that I'm saying 100% here.
Yeah, Tristana is traditionally a strong pick into Kalista. Braum can deny a lot of damage of the Kalista, and just the fact that you can jump in with Twist, W from Braum afterwards, even Q flash aggressively. So in a pure 2v2 scenario, no junglers involved, Braum Tristana is an incredibly fun lane to play. The only problem is that when you do want to capitalize on that all-in potential, you can always get ganked.
Yeah, always possible. Now, guys, why don't you go ahead and let us know what you think. You know the drill by now. Hop on Twitter, #FireWin, #IceWin, and see who you think is going to be the one to take this all-star of all-stars up in here. Studio.
Yeah.
The silence settles in as we get ready to kick this
Studio
one.
NA. Yeah, definitely looking to what Froggen's playstyle is going to be. Lux can kind of force push a little bit and then roam, costs a lot of mana, but we saw that yesterday or the day before where he teamed up with Amazing to actually go dive top. Karma has a lot of wave control, can get all in by Marin really, but should be able to keep him at bay there on that Quinn. So the wave control could very much so be in favor of Team Ice because Doublelift obviously can't manipulate waves with Tristana, is obviously forced to execute those minions and make them splatter all around. So some good role plays could be set up because minion waves are very much so influenceable by Team Ice.
Very conservative, safe start, especially in a tournament that's been filled with a whole lot of ham and cheese this time around. And remember, 200 points on the line for this matchup with currently the points sitting at Fire 100 ahead of Ice.
Oh, Faker
as many as they can get. Let's see what happens.
Oh, damn.
Faker goes in on Uzi. Doublelift looking for him right now. They might be able to get this level 1. Uzi's all isolated from the rest of the team. He's going to have to burn the flash over the wall. Bad Life hits it. It's intercepted by PYL. There will be no kill to start.
Doublelift started with jump though. That is pretty interesting.
Yeah, they get the flash from Uzi, but it still is something that you can punish on Tristana very early on. In terms of actually trading with somebody, it's probably the worst ability to take level 1.
Oh yeah,
it's probably better.
Kills your lane push, kills your trading potential, even kills like your level 2 if you just want to keep laning with. Just puts you so far behind.
Yeah, it's still actually pretty good in a level 2 all-in.
Yeah, but you'll never get to that scenario because you lose the wave push. That's the problem.
Well, it was a calculated risk.
No, definitely. It's still worth burning a summoner. Obviously, you can return to the bot lane, kill Uzi, and then you can hashtag work. But we'll need to see if Meteos actually can find his way to the bottom. He is starting on the left side of the map. That indicates generally that you path downwards. Flash play, as we talked about earlier, jumping in Malef after Q flash with Meteos should generate. Honestly, if Uzi doesn't die to first blood, Fire will be making a mistake.
Yeah, and I definitely think you want to camp this bottom lane. Doublelift went up against Uzi the other day, and Uzi went 15, 4, and 11. He definitely got a large advantage off of this lane matchup out of pure skill and outplaying.
Yeah. Well, and of course, we've been seeing Doublelift skills on Showcase in the solo 1v1 scenario the last hour or so, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later as this mid lane matchup. They're just trading a little bit back and forth, but Froggen is not getting the better of that. It looks like he might just barely be to start this one off. It's really going to be hard to tell if people are just going to try to take these 1v1s and play it back, wait for the jungle.
It's those changes to the call for help mechanic. You saw those caster minions were all over Faker. Normally they wouldn't have been because Froggen was too far away, but it's those changes. Those came in after Worlds, so people haven't really seen them before.
And this matchup, any brand matchup, you really want to predict the last hits while the enemy is walking up for a last hit. Hang on. I'll do the same to Faker here.
Ooh, out of the shadows. And they get the stun into the Wolf's Frenzy. Faker is target numero uno, taken out by Froggen.
And he burns his ghost as well, so they get a summoner spell on top of all of that.
Fantastic Q from Froggen overall. And Faker was leading in this matchup because every time Froggen walked up for a CS, and locked into that auto attack animation, that's when Faker would use his W. And if you do that correctly, there's almost this movement speed. With the low amount of movement speed based on Lux, there's just no dodging available if you do it correctly.
The moment too. With Amazing back in his own jungle for the moment. He should have had pretty easy time to hunt down that Scuttle Crab and start adding stacks to himself, but losing PYL a little bit lower than Mad Life Doublelift here.
Yeah, they're letting the wave push out. That's what they're doing. They could have AFK pushed it into the tower over and over again. They want to sacrifice a bit of the push because they want Meteors to come around and make use of that Braum passive here.
By a little bit of
the exposed.
PYL is the one they're still firing on because Uzi's hopping away from danger as Meteos shows face, but in comes Amazing as well, and we've got a 3-3 on our hands. Mad Life is gonna unbreakable this one, and the Cocoon does not connect. That'll be the disengage.
They were one creep away from hitting level 3 before that gank came out, and Amazing, he was doing the Scuttle Crab, so that was actually a strange opportunity where they should have pushed it a little bit more before they went in. Doublelift.
Oh, this goes too far. You know, I don't know. I feel like Doublelift might be trying to impress right now. He's been playing with his ex-girlfriends, but now he's got his dream girl on the bot lane.
I mean, he's played with him before, so I think it's actually the one that got away.
The one that got away.
Oh, maybe not. Hopefully not this
I mean,
game.
in every relation, somebody's reaching, somebody's settling, so Mad Life definitely settling. Although he has been in space prison for ages, so who knows?
It's true. Relationship advice.
He's finally out. He gets to shop around a little.
Either way, he's at disadvantage now.
Anyways, what I wanted to point out is that Uzi should have died there. Like, straight up. If they just went... If Doublelift actually jumped in, used the heal, the fact that you have the stun on Uzi, by that time, Meteors could come in. Uzi has no flash available. Just straight up aggression would have killed Uzi in that exchange, but weren't ready to go for it. Now Amazing, setting up for the dive.
Doublelift is very low. We will see that sad dragon animation if Doublelift does go down. So, fortunately, he smells the danger, backs away, realizes this is not the best place to be right now.
Yeah, Team Ice has played beautifully around that lack of flash. Really good counter gank there in the bot lane. Amazing securing the push. Was obvious what's going on if the Tristana stops pushing. There's obviously the risk of an all-in. Media started on the left side of the map. No lane was really gankable mid and top, so that it all pointed into a bot gank direction. And Amazing was in the right place at the right time, and that's why people have called him one of the best junglers of this tournament so far.
Good sense too. He's going top immediately. Since nothing happened bottom, you would think that the enemy jungler would go to top because they saw you on the other side of the map.
Instantly, he's gonna go ahead and have to flash behind his own turret, but Meteos is there. They're diving and don't even care, and that's Marin picking up Koro. Dodging out is Meteos. Marin takes another tower shot. Amazing defends the turret.
Yeah, the patient on Meteos. If you wonder why Koro randomly flashed, you basically expect the Cocoon to come out and didn't trust his reactions to wait for the animation. A really good patience there on Meteos, and then flashes out. Resets 2 projectiles with that repel outside of turret range too. Fantastic gank.
TP on the ward here. Just trying to get back to lane.
Marin is going to have to back, but he backs away a little bit further before he does decide to go ahead and do that. Right now, pressure topside in favor of Fire. It is a pretty even game, however, and of course, Amazing's going up in the top as well right now, but he's just clearing out.
Yeah, and Koro is struggling because he's in the building phase of that spooky ghost item, and that's when you have tier 2 spell thieves. Obviously, you can't make use of any of the procs because you're continuously last sitting. That puts them on cooldown unless you wait for them to go off cooldown, then poke and then last it, but it's incredibly hard to do that. If Marin is aware of his surroundings, he won't take any of those procs, so keeping Koro down while it's still in the build phase can actually delay a lot of gold and a lot of damage later on.
And I think this is such a unique item for the top lane, because if you build this on Koro, on this Karma, what you'll end up doing is you hit it as your jungler is coming in. It'll check for if the enemy jungler is around, so you see it run off in a weird direction, it'll check and be like, oh, that's where Meteos is. And if it hits Marin, Quinn has no escape. She'll try to bounce off of you, but you can buffer your W against her with Karma. So there's a lot of great things here that Koro can end up doing once he has that item.
Oh man, Traffic Cone stopping Doublelift, and Mad Life for moving too far forward. But it is PYL that gets stunned up just a bit. Uzi's the healthiest one on this team, and he's got a whole lot of spears sticking in Mad Life.
Oh.
Can't pull him out. Nope.
He actually has really good knowledge of Kallista's mechanics, because you saw that because Mad Life was out of range, he stuck a new spear in a minion and then tried to go to the left a little bit more. And then when you rip the spears out, the detection range of the spears is actually bigger than the activation range, where you have the ability to use E. So he was trying to cheat it a little bit and get that extra range.
And generally in combination with that mechanic, Morgan trying to steal here. Faker does get it. Faker does get it. In combination with that mechanic, you also just want to execute a minion so you don't lose the cooldown. Just keep harassing over and over.
That's true.
Amazing spotted up on the top side. Now, he's definitely had a pretty solid start to this game as Kindred. He's just able to go where he wants for the most part. He hasn't had a lot of counter pressure from Meteos, who's just been focusing a little bit more on those lanes. But we'll go back to bottom lane as Uzi takes an explosive charge. PYL is going to get stunned up by the winners, Bite proc, and Doublelift just keeps on firing.
Yeah, and this trade right here shows you why this lane is so strong, because you can always initiate trading on Uzi. The damage return will always be blocked by Mad Life because it's so easy. And then PYL has to walk up incredibly far forward, puts himself in stun range immediately. Then the trade is won again by Team Fire bot lane. So this mismatch is kind of only solved.
Oh, another bind. Yep, they get it, and into the Wolf's Frenzy he goes. Faker this time's got his flash, and he uses it. Down he goes anyways. As the arrow picks him off, it's amazing. That gets the kill.
Not even paying attention. I just love bot lanes so much.
Yeah, I was about to be like, oh yeah, and even though PYL lost the trade, he's Trundle, so he just sits around and gets more HP back. So as Trundle, you want to actually continue to constantly trade with people, because as soon as you lose or win that trade, you get to back off, and then you're full HP.
A little bit of a slow up there.
Get around in the bottom though.
Yeah, Goro's going to go ahead and take the fight to Marin. Dodges out the blind. He's healthy.
But yeah, Faker in mid, no summoner spells now. Prime target for Amazing to gank, and he hasn't actually been doing a great job of warding his top side.
Uh-oh, Amazing might have gone a little too deep in enemy territory here. The Spider's on him, teleport's coming down, but he's gonna hop the wall. In goes the repel, and the Spider will try to chase him down, but he throws down the Lambs for Spite. Meteos can't finish him off, gets the heal, in comes Marin, he's in Valor form, and he finishes it off.
Yeah, Meteos, strong release play, but needs to work on that Kindred timing. Use the Q execute just a fraction of a second too early, loses the cooldown.
They're going to go ahead and try to take out this blue buff right now. Should be no trouble as no one's quite around yet, but they are aware it's happening. Team Ice will be aware that they've given this one up, and Froggen just catches a little bit of the Sentinel.
It's good for Faker because he doesn't have any summoner spells right now. You want to make it so that the Lux just can't continue to be oppressive in this lane. Every little bit counts.
Indeed it does. Now, Mad Life tanking up as much damage as he can for Doublelift. Uzi PYL, definitely more than a match for these guys, though. They've built themselves up a decent CS lead, 17 in favor of Uzi. Back to the mid, it's pretty much dead evens. Yeah, it's 5 in favor of Faker, but there's 2 kills that he's got in the wrong checkbox.
Yeah, but Marin has 2 in the right checkbox in the top lane. He's close to finishing his Yuma's Ghostblade, and when he does, I wouldn't be surprised to see him roam. He did get that TP play, so that'll be on cooldown, but Quinn is just so good. Marin can make it to that mid lane very quickly to help Faker out.
And right now in mid lane, it's a game of catch. You very rarely will see Froggen throw out like random Qs. He just wants to get Faker on the edge with E, and then again, as Froggen's CSing, you know, he has to walk forward, and that's when Faker will always use his W. So trying to fight each other with CS, and that's the mark of great mid laners, is when not only are they focusing on their own creeps, they're continuously challenging you to get the CS, and it's incredibly annoying to play against. You just watch Faker's VODs closely, you'll see that he's always walking up when the opponent is trying to go for CS.
We'll go back to top lane where Koro is being charged down. Has to burn his flash, he still goes down! He even sent the spooky ghost, but they couldn't keep him alive.
Marin is having revenge for what happened to him yesterday. Even though it's not the guy who did it to him, he's like, you know what, this happened to me, you're gonna know how this feels.
Hey man, MSI was definitely a big blow as well, and he will get something back for that. 3-0 on the board. PYL stunned up in the bottom side, but Doublelift, Amazing the one that's unhealthy. Amazing's coming around the side.
Been waiting here a while, he's marking him.
Going for it. Doublelift knows his time is close to down. He sends out the explosive shot, or the buster shot, I should say, but it won't save his life. Mad Life's going down. Double kill, and PYL gets yanked out, and now the tower is all but free.
Yeah, Amazing didn't get a stack for that, but they are going to get this turret, and they do get 2 kills on top of it. Flash is still available for this bottom lane, but the thing is, there was really no escaping from that.
No. Should have really tried to get out a little bit sooner, but he hung around as best he could, and it just did not work out well for him. 2 kills on the board to Ice. They did give up a turret in the bot as well, picking one up for themselves. That's going to prompt Fire, Meteos and Marin rather, to just go ahead and take down the Rift Herald. Dragon was not eyeballed by Ice.
Really big difference in which side of the map is doing well. Team Fire straight up praying that Marin will just carry them from the top lane, whereas the bot lane struggling, and at this point, that matchup starts to tilt towards Uzi and PYL because they're just so far ahead. Because if you leave PYL unchecked, he actually does a lot of damage on Trundle support, way more than a Braum could procure.
Absolutely, but there's a ticking time bomb in Marin. I mean, we saw what Huni was able to do with that Quinn the other day.
Yeah, they're going to send everybody up to this top lane because it's pushing towards this turret in the first place. So either Koro would get completely zoned off of this CS and possibly killed because the Yomas is completed. they're going to send more people up here, reinforce it, try to get this turret rather quickly.
UL's going to Marn, but I don't
He might be
think
able to
wants
burst
take this take. Oh, he blocks him up with the cone. Marn's going to vault over, but he realizes there are too many members. Froggen will shut him down with a big laser, and Meteos now is going to get a bite taken out of him before he repels up and away. Frozen Domain, in comes Faker. The stun will connect. PYL is going to back away as the Pillar of Flame forces him.
And immediately a push comes out from the bottom wave. They're going to try to get this turret and try to trade it for the top turret and make it so it's only a kill that ends up being the difference here.
Giving Uzi the solo farm on this one as well as they take the blue buff away. Really playing the game of sides this time around, making sure that if they're not strong on one, they're strong on the other. The game, Vice and Fire continues. 13.5 minutes in.
I think Marn also vaulted off the incorrect target there. He went for the one in the back. If he had gone for the one closer, he may have been able to launch himself over the wall.
Setting up for another all in.
Oh boy, he is in some trouble. Vaults, but he's got a whole lot of spears in him. And Amazing is around the side, says thank you very much. He's on a spree as they look to take tier 2.
Yeah, and they got his flash. And down in the bottom, only tier 1 gets cleared. Koro is behind, but he's still enough wave clear. So that's why right now, Doublelift and Madlife are roaming to the mid lane.
Overconfident there from Marin. That looks like the second time where he just sees somebody. That looked like it was, no, both people are there, and Uzi is rather strong. That was definitely a huge misplay. Back to back as well.
One right after the other. However, Team Fire does look to lick their wounds and maybe pick up a dragon while they are at it.
Yeah, and you can see how the metagame has shifted. That dragon would have gone down a lot sooner if this was a couple of patches ago. Just no value on that dragon. Current metagame whatsoever. Just you likely won't get to the 5th one. Very unlikely with the rapid pacing on the game. So that's why getting one might be good, but just playing the map and getting more tempo and getting the team snowballing very often gets the priority.
Yeah, I even thought that taking the Rift Herald there for Marn was rather good because it gives you that 10% increased damage, so he would be able to bully Koro even more, and the wave was pushing towards him. So it seemed like the perfect storm for Marn to just continue to snowball top lane. But everybody from Ice showed up there, actually the best move they could have possibly taken.
Yeah, despite the fact that Koro went down a little bit early on as QL takes a Winter's Bite, he does know a thing or two about staying alive. And in the LPL, he's just always known for this. Just, I will survive in lane, I will make sure that I am an asset to my team later on. I may not finish all my items right away, but you know what? You're not going to shut me down. So he's a perfect matchup in a lot of ways for Marin, who really just wants to take it out and snowball the game as best he can.
And once again, he's just throwing wards out there. He has the Eye of the Equinox, and he's still holding on to his Trinket ward.
Yep.
So he has a total of 6 wards available to him.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to play Vision right now. I think just going Sightstone into Sweeper immediately, like Madlife is doing right now, it's so incredibly hard to play. If one of your wards just gets swept, you're basically only warding at 66% efficiency, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, because the Sightstone nerfed from 4 to 3 wards, he has half the wards available to him that PYL does. And then when you have Sweeper, you're not going to be able to sweep enough wards with one Sweeper to actually make up for that deficit of 3 wards.
There's a trade-off in the tankiness that you're able to bestow when you finally finish the face of the mountain, but I feel like somebody like Trundle doesn't really care about that.
I mean, you can obviously... The trade-off is more the utility from the proc because it's a cheaper item. It's also more slot efficient. You jam more stats into one slot. It leaves you actually, for a full build, able to just get more value, more tanking in the long run. I think it's the preferred item on
tanks, yeah.
on the tanks, on the relic support. You just can't shift away from Spell Thieves upgrade, obviously, since it's so incredibly strong. We're going to see Koro see if he can use it somewhere, make some picks. Just picks into Siege. If you can get rid of Faker, there's incredibly good Siege poke here coming out of Koro and Froggen.
Yeah. However, they're going to have to worry if they do wander up into that top side jungle. It is lit up like a Christmas tree at the moment, despite the inferior side stone on the side of Team Fire.
Yeah, and if it ever comes to a siege, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get the pillar from the Trundle come out, facilitate the skill shots from Froggen. Only one needs to connect, but talk about that later. Maybe
Double lift. He's got the hop. He's going to use the Buster shot, but there is the cone, and a flash away says, I don't think so, not today.
Uzi just sweeps or throws down the scrying orb in the brush. 100% Doublelift is there. Doublelift is at a level disadvantage as well. He's a level down. I had no idea what he was going to try to do against the Blade of the Ruined King Kalista.
Probably just assumes Uzi would take the farm and back off because there was not enough vision.
Yeah.
Just wanted to hide in the brush and then just match the waves. He was not looking right to get all there because obviously.
I don't think Amazing's looking to fight either, especially not 1v4. He's going to back away. He has had a little bit of rougher of a time than he was in the early game to roam around the map. Nonetheless, Team I still holding on to a slim advantage, but it just seems with the map movements, Fire are the ones in control of the pace.
And it's gone. So no Cloud9 movements where you push up the bot lane, rotate to the mid lane, siege on that tier 1 tower, because we're back in Season 2. Wave clear mids. Over and over.
Amazing's going on a roam again, so see if he can get a catch on Doublelift, who is going to go ahead and try to take out the Raptors. Instantly Amazing's there, and Doublelift will back away and take them for himself. Nowhere is safe, but the Rift Herald is not either. Meteos and Marin will take that down again.
And look at Faker as well on your minimap. He's always positioned to the left side. He's really hugging that left wall because he knows the right side of his jungle is exposed. His main job right there is to wave clear and avoid getting dove. But that does leave tier 2 bottom open for a potential dive.
Yeah, exactly. Just look at the warding from both teams. Top side is all blue, bottom side is all red. Play towards the side that you have warded. But right here, they just came through the jungle. They saw them actually come this way.
Yeah, but the main difference is that Ice has an AoE wave clear mage in the top lane, and Marin can't bust that open, whereas Fire just doesn't have the wave clear. It's on a static mid lane champion like Brand. There's no Lux ultimate that you can use to play one on the sideways, so really Ice pivoting around the point that is the issue, which is all the wave clear from Faker. The only way you're gonna get that mid-tier tier 1 tower is if you dive Faker. What you can do waiting to set up for that dive is just pick away at the other side. Just pivot around that mid. Don't spend too much time just AFK sieging mid, because it's never really gonna work unless Faker's gone.
So far, it is only Mad Life holding. Meteos is coming back up, so that means Ice is going to back away. Marin tries to go around the side, but he's not quite in sync with his teammates. It's going to be a ward war as he vaults over Amazing. But now it's Uzi around the side, and he throws PYL, forcing the flash of Marin away. Faker's looking for one as well, and the Luxol will whiff in between the middle. Everyone backs away before another Magic Cube.
Nice change of direction there as well from Marin. The obvious way to go is to just go to the right. PYL, he still wants more.
Oh, he wants to fight this. That Trundle is big, but he takes a little bit more damage than he bargained for in the back half. He'll disengage once again, but it is really a fight, a war of attrition over this mid lane. Tier 1 tower still standing.
Yeah, Ice with an aggressive push to get through the choke point into the mid lane. If they had to path the long way around, they would have lost more damage on that tier 1 tower. I want to keep that alive. It's a really good seed. It's a really just good position for Froggen, because he can pan out to the left, pan out to the right, and join pushes on the side with his laser every single time, as long as the tier 1 is still up.
Those opponents in the choke points are just going to make life so hard for Team Fire here. If they position it correctly, Ice has got themselves a pretty scary combo.
I don't know why they're lurking here with 3 people. It's obvious this wave's going to be cleared.
Oh! Okay. Hello. Gonna flash forward though, looking for PYL, who's stunned up, bouncing the Pyroclasm, and that's PYL going down. Everyone from Ice is bailing away. Don't you know not to play with fire?
Marin, if you take damage while you're channeling your ultimate, it gets interrupted and put on a 3-second cooldown as Quid.
Meteos
doesn't know where to go. He's just getting kited around here.
These fights are so touch and go because everyone's just so darn squishy. And goodbye, Faker! Looking for more. It's gonna be though Amazing, who is stopped up by the cocoon. Doublelift backing away, and Mad Life escapes with a sliver of health.
Yeah, this is the second time Froggen has clipped Faker with a Q to the left in a dodge pattern. So he's definitely done his homework, or just watch Faker play, or just mind gaming him, because the second time that Faker straight up steps into a Froggen Q.
You even got boots rather early on as well to try and dodge there. Those are kind of expensive boots. You know, the sword pen you definitely want, because when you end up in these team fights, you want to be able to do a lot of damage to the squishy targets, which we just saw happen there with his Pyroclasm. Amazing got cocooned, and he had no opportunity to actually hit his ult.
There he goes almost up. Not quite yet, but they won't even need it because Koro has just got a whole hell of a lot of damage with the help of PYL. He gets some revenge and takes down Marin. Meanwhile, Uzi in the bottom, push back.
Koro and PYL have actually been running a rather interesting combo. My favorite thing about this is when, that was really nice.
Beautiful.
He hit both of them.
Yeah, and obviously the laser is not a projectile, doesn't get stopped by the Braum shield. Amazing.
No opportunity.
Very low there, he gets caught out, but honestly that was still for me a positional mistake from the boost side team, from Team Fire, because there's no way you're gonna siege into a Lux. You need to catch her out, and her range on wave clear, as long as she has mana, is too big. With E and R not being able to stop by Mad Life.
She's not there right now.
Froggen does have ulti. Yeah, they've got a Tristana. They definitely got a way to push this tower very quickly. Doublelift hanging out, being body blocked by Meteos, and they just can't finish it off before the Lux comes in, but they've got some serious damage on it, and they have control of this side of the river.
But they still have to wait, wonder, worry about this mid lane, because this is where all the action's going down. Marin again.
But about these fights, Marin, half his health gone in the blink of an eye. Still trying to siege this one up, but they don't have a huge wave of minions.
Yeah, that may not be the best target to actually blow your spells on because he's going to back, he's going to use his ultimate, he's going to run back to the lane really quickly with the home guards.
Mad Life is stunned up, but he is just so darn tanky. BYL wants to take a bite out of him, and Koro will pick up the kill. 2-2 now on the Karma. Meanwhile, Fire will bag themselves a dragon. They're first on the game.
Always feels so terrible when you just want somebody to jump to, and they leave you. They were doing an objective though, so they get their first dragon of the game for his life, but look at this. This might be a bigger objective going down for it.
It's appropriate. This team has 3 members from China, and the Baron is what they have been all about. Froggen coming to join us. Will they be able to secure it? Surrounded by Fire members right now. They've got the cone down, but can they get the damage? This is gonna be close. It's going down to 1,000. It's picked up by Uzi, and the fight is on. BYL hanging out in the Lamster's fight. Fire is just getting exploded all over the fight. Double is down. BYL looking for Marin. T-Vice is all over this one, but they've lost 2. Faker is still looking for Marin, who just goes nearly down. This is so tense right now, guys.
There's still a flash on Froggen. He can bail if he wants to.
Oh, not like Koro stays around, just barely. Can they pick him up? I don't know about this one. He's exploded, and Koro still alive. Not anymore. Shut down by Faker.
That's 1-on-1 all over again. Didn't know Anivia this time.
Uh-oh. Oh, he can't back in time.
Oh, that was so smart by Froggen.
Oh my god, the pillar. He's got time to spam the emotes even.
This isn't fair. Froggen has no way to go
Look
back.
what Froggen's doing. He's using to eat the zone, potentially base out here.
He's got flash still. Oh, he uses it. Oh, all right.
See, that's what I love about like players like Faker or Froggen, just the split decision to put the E in the choke point, then base. Either you base or Faker is forced to step into the E, make a predictable W as well that you can then easily juke and just win that small trade there. But watch Medius, I think he face plants to the wall here. And yeah.
Yep. Do not go.
At that point, you repel first.
Nah, you want to repel for the fight, you just want to flash in, but
yeah.
The problem is just, just
that was a great
there.
buster shot into the corner, killing 2 people there.
Yeah. Okay, back into Marin play.
This is the play right here. You buffer the W. Quinn looks extraordinarily overpowered, but it's because people don't actually buffer abilities against the Vault. Vault, I was playing Quinn the other day. I vaulted into a Heimerdinger, and he killed me immediately by using his rockets at me, and you just run straight into all of them. Buffer your abilities against Quinn, and you will be fine.
World's 2015 MVP, but he ain't no Huni apparently. Koro definitely getting nice and big. Said earlier, he likes to keep himself relevant. Well, he certainly has, and he's got some pickoffs to boot. A lot of members of Team Ice doing solid right now. 5-0 Froggen, he knows how to protect his KDA, and they are still hanging strong on this top side.
Yeah, more importantly,
blue buff.
The fact that they have that Baron buff available just makes it... It removes so much of the wave clear that Faker was bringing to the table. So Froggen, I believe, is still the only member with a left. He's not near his minions though, but he's looking for a flank.
Oh, Medios is gonna get popped. Another one on the board for Froggen as PYL is thrown in. Looking for Faker. Can't quite fire him down, but he will. It's gonna be PYL that secures it. Throw the traffic code down because they want to stop Fire in their tracks. Marin looking for Uzi around the side. Lamster's fight is amazing. Stays alive. Under tower. Uzi hopping, skipping, jumping, blown up by Double It. And now Koro's in the mix, but he's gonna go down to Marin. One more shot. Shut down. It's a 3 for 3.
Far gonna keep going though. You can go through the base gate.
Or the front gate.
Or he's just going for the farm. He's actually going for a tier 1 tower mid right now. He's gonna push that way.
Oh, the combat alive! Oh, he got the wrong unbreakable! And now he's gonna go down. PYL just needs to take a bite out of him, but he gives it over to Froggen. Good guy support.
Very far up. Mad Life at that point. You really don't have
Butter's last field goal was at the 6:06 mark of the quarter.
So Rowdy flanks out of vision, and at this point,
Butter's last field goal was at the 6:06 mark of the quarter.
Good moves, but continuously, somebody's always tanking his tower.
Butter's last field goal was at the 6:06 mark of the quarter. Westbrook, the buzzer count.
That's it.
Yeah, right outside the land.
Butter's last field goal was at the 6:06 mark of the quarter. Westbrook, the buzzer count.
There are some transferable skills between Lux and Anivia in terms of positioning. You have to be able to land those skill shots as well.
Well, that explains it.
Yeah, I do think it's a big transferable skill set between these low mobility mages.
Yeah, that's just that was Froggen at the height in Season 2. Just love those mages overall. Mad Life right now with Medios getting caught in the jungle. Good juke by Mad Life.
Yeah, he's able to hop back. And stand by me, or I'll stand by you rather, as Ice is making an aggressive push towards this bottom lane. Now actually towards the middle. Let's take a look at Meteos' stacks as well. He's definitely had free run of the jungle a lot of this game.
Yeah, but again, it was the setup early game though from Amazing. Goes mins to kill Faker, gets Froggen ahead, then goes bumped in. Nice. The gank on the flashes Uzi. We really can't state enough how big that is for the flow of the game.
Oh, he's gonna dodge that one, but not the cone.
But yeah, Amazing has been having actually a really good week. Right? His Lee Sin play has now been drawing bans because of how efficient he seemed on that champion. And then Kindred, after the first pick of the Elise, you know you're not going to have a Gragas played in you. You know you're not going to have these champions that displace you. So I thought this was a great pick for Amazing, and he played it really well. He went to the right lanes. Froggen landing the great bindings as they were happening, but being at the right time, at the right place at the right time, including bot lane. He really set this game up from the get-go.
And it's no surprise that Amazing is really doing this well. He's coming off of, I would say, his best season since he started playing professionally. With Origin, making it semifinals to Worlds, and it's really not just him playing with the team, it's him setting up a lot for this team. And you can see it. You can see it in this game right now, why he's there. Madlife is gonna get caught up against a wall and a whole lot of ice. He's taken out by Froggen, 8-0-4.
It still hurts, you know, when Sad Life comes out instead of Mad Life, when it just has these games. You see your childhood dream, like your idol, just feeding.
That's how I felt when I saw you playing.
At least you have good taste in it.
I know, right?
Want me to give you guys a minute?
Oh, we're good.
All right. So back into this one.
We don't need that much.
Let's talk about the other side of the equation too, because Uzi with PYL has been, I'll say, a little bit of a mixed bag. Uzi, you know, very famed as this incredible solo AD carry. I guess I'll have to put that one on hold as Meteos will be able to disengage away. Dragon taken out by Team Ice. That's number 2 for them, but they're not giving up on this push just yet. The troll is coming in. They want Meteos. Another traffic cone will help them secure it. No, he repels, and yes, he goes down. Koro picks it up. Uzi right in the front. This is where he wants to be. Unbreakable will not be enough to keep Marin healthy in this one, but the tower will.
Nice QSS of the stacks of Rend there.
Oh, okay. Don't walk that way, Double.
Getting led all around, but PYL and Uzi are making an extraordinarily deadly combo. PYL's Trundle is actually crazy.
Just overall, PYL's playstyle is very, just forward walking with heavy tank supports, and he just really has a good understanding of what trading means, and especially situations where he takes damage, but then his AD carry returns more beneficial damage. And a player like Uzi, I could almost say like people like Forgiven as well, would really appreciate that support playstyle where you're just constantly in their face, and you just know that your AD carry has the mechanics to really make those outplays too, and just continuously put pressure.
Speaking of outplays though,
I think I've seen this one before. It's a big funnel spark, but it won't hit anybody. PYL was caught in the Baron pit. He's taken out, and it's a 4v5 just like that.
And
Fire will back away happy.
Speaking of PYL making the sacrifices, he runs off to the side to get the Pyroclasm away from his team, but it bounces off of Baron and him back and forth until he's dead.
Yes. Cool.
Ice isn't done with this one just yet, but Uzi's about
busy.
to finish his back.
If they figure out, if they figure out that Uzi might be gone.
Well, they're pushing mid right now. Faker just cleared this wave.
Massive wave on bottom.
You do have to deal with that at the same time. You can send Marin because Marin has TP available to him, so he's just going to get into his ultimate.
Oh, that's a fast Quinn. Move over, Rammus.
And right now, Faker is still waiting on some gold. He really wants to hit the next item. Wants to finish that Liandry's, because then that's a really core brand build done, because he has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Massive slows on all of his AoE spells. There it is. Yup, now it's teamfight brand with this build. Even though he's 1-4 and 6, he has the potential to straight up carry a single teamfight.
Yeah, you know, that score doesn't necessarily do him justice either. They have been putting a whole lot of attention to that mid lane on Ice's side. So is Team Fire, but in that laning phase,
yeah, but it's I still feel this is a different. Maybe just a little more relaxed, just not really respecting the boundaries as much, because this isn't the first team that has figured out that you should probably camp Faker. And in the past, very few have actually succeeded at doing it successfully. Maybe that was due to the merit of his team really cross-mapping very well, putting pressure on other sides of the map, capitalizing on the fact that people were spending time trying to kill Faker in a less organized environment.
Even in Faker's interviews, he talks about how he's a different player now than he was in Season 3. And Season 3 was all about Faker, and in Season 5, he's become about being a team player. So when he gets camped, it's always Bengi can go to a different lane and set up Marin. They actually did a lot of that during the season. If Faker was ever behind, I remember very clearly there was a Syndra game where he got back into it in the LCK by having a great play in the mid game, because he still knows that he's going to hit these breakpoints. He plays around them. But speaking of camping for Marin, not going to find anything here though.
Yeah, Koro has definitely gotten himself up to a very comfortable point in this game, but still have to be careful on the side of Team Ice. Fire can burn them. They come a little bit too close. Meteos will be back away on that one. Traffic Cone comes down.
PYL is just doing a great job of throwing out the Pillars of Filth on targets that have to use certain abilities to get away, whether it's a flash.
And just look at how comfortable Team Ice is with Froggen's wave clear. We see 4 members moving up in the middle lane, hopefully no action. Speeding up PYL, that's very smart.
Faker, he's got his flash, he's gonna have to use it into his team, but the catches, the attempts keep on coming.
Yeah, I could see amazing pathing to the top lane to start a push right over there, because both teams realize if they stay in the mid lane, it's just wave clear versus wave clear. So what then is the limiting factor is split push. And obviously Marin has a leg up there. Amazing was trying to get a bit of a push in the top lane because Marin was bought. That again forced the initiate in the middle lane. Speaking up with Karma to get the pillar. Really good job.
He's doing a lot of damage to this turret.
Oh yeah. Koro's got a bit of wave clear on his side, but still, Marin is able to push oh so fast, and there wasn't enough attention being paid to this bottom side. Well, they were hunting for Faker in the mid.
Yeah.
Koro
Actually, historically speaking, this is actually exactly what happened in the early stages of Season 3. There was a lot of team fight focus in Season 2. A lot of AoE, those mages, you know, no assassins being played, AFK wave clear, people just falling for the same trick over and over by repetitively going mid and then being surprised that the minions would be evaporated. The answer to that obviously was a split push right now, and that's what we see Marin do here. Again, you ignore the mid lane. Wave clear, well, assume that the guy's good enough to put his spells on the minions, kill them, so go somewhere else. And Marin doing a really good job split pushing so far.
It's really risky to split push against this Karma as well. She has a way to speed herself up to root you, and also with Frost Queen's Claim, slow you down. So if you don't have adequate vision of where Amazing is at all times, somebody can be coming after you. So I'm big props to Marin here at playing the distance game on that. You can see right now, even though there's a wave all the way up there, he's farming Krugs, making sure that he's at least getting some uptime here.
He has the wards though to support him. 2 wards there. 3 right now with the new blue drink. It's relatively easy to stay safe. Those buffs of blue wards will likely see a re-engage here. Once Marin gets spotted in the bottom, there's 2 actions Ice can do. Hard engage mid is one of them, or Baron rush the other and just potentially trade for the unit.
Well, they've already tried that one, the ladder that is, a couple of times. It worked out once, just barely in the second. They did not get that one finished off, but with Marin already back and the super speedy bird.
I'm actually not a fan of doing Krugs and Grub there, as much as I love those camps. At this point in the game, your time should be spent on the map.
He's trapped. He's got team in the back, but not close enough. Hit the Baron right with Marin. There we go. Gonna start that Baron off, but decides he doesn't want to just yet.
That's a big target though. Kalista is gonna have to find some place to lifesteal. He's going towards the Krugs right now just to make sure that he doesn't have to back, because that gives you such a large window. And you can see Marin, he's fine with backing. He's about to be right back in the action.
Yeah, right now we see actually Teamfire pinging the Dragon. I think that leads to too much of a tempo loss. That bot wave should just be pressured to tear apart Ice and then make some map moves, clear some vision. We see Marin right now in the top lane. Doublelift could technically be bot lane pushing too. He does pick up the Dragon for free. Likely gonna move to the bot lane right now to re-push that lane that Koro is about to push out. Likely will then in turn see a hard engage in the mid lane or trying to make a pick. That's why you see Fire pulling back in the mid lane.
Yeah,
setting up an elaborate 3-lane push.
I don't think Doublelift can actually go up to this wave because he would just get caught. I think that the mobility from Marin would actually be a little bit better, but
that's the
big
cross
slaps around him.
That's where you're looking for the cross map right now. Once he actually gets engaged out, you want the team to then rush Baron, pull them back, and then that's the way you play split push. You know, you try and make it so that people make one mistake that leaves you one window where either you get a tower or you can rush the Baron, trade for your AD carry.
It's that one opportunity, pushing the pole. As soon as somebody pushes, you have to pull, and actually end up getting an objective over them and try to make them the most of the trade.
Despite the fact that Ice has built themselves up a not entirely comfortable lead here, it's only about 4,000 in at 37 minutes onto the game. Really does hang in the balance a very, very, very close one that just one catch can snowball this one into a tower, into an inhibitor. And neither team is keen on taking that chance.
And Marin back to split pushing now. All 5 members of Ice are in the mid lane off to the left side looking to be around that Baron.
I think Ice is going to have to rush the Baron here because they're in a position where they have no play other than do it. At least start it. They want to stop the push in the mid lane. They want the teleport to be used by Marin.
Oh, he just used it. So that one's burned.
Ooh.
So we're able to get that for a couple of blue trinkets.
You have to start the Baron now, otherwise they're at risk of losing mid inhibitor. They have Kalista and Kindred so they can stay in the pit, use the ultimate to stay alive.
Froggen takes a bit of damage from Marin though, and they will throw down a little bit of zone. The Baron will reset. Fire not getting anything else for it though.
Faker with the pings. They're going to continue to push this mid lane because they have inner track on it.
A really, really good position overall and just way better backup play.
I don't know. If I was Marin, I think you should have run straight at that turret, use your Youmu's, and get some damage on it.
Yep.
Faker was the one trying to push, but Froggen is already backed, and they even managed to push a little bit more on the top side wave. 3K is the difference, but that doesn't matter right now as Marin is being fired down by a combination of Uzi and PYL before the rest of his team can even arrive. They'll be backing the way through the jungle.
Still have to look out though. PYL, he has had some good catches with those cones.
Fire doing a really good job just dancing around Team Ice here, pushing mid, forcing them to go mid. Now they clean the vision, complete vision denial right now. Double F.
Oh my, ooh.
Got that.
I was right behind him.
Hot on his tail as Ice does their best to maintain control of this pit. They want a little bit more. Uzi throws in PYL, who backs away from the pillar, throws his own, and Fire disengages in the nick of time.
Zero vision on Baron for either team right now.
Marin's coming. Might contest with Amazing here, who has the Gromp as his next target. Marin wants to push him off of that, but he knows the team is right behind him, so he's safe to do it. Ice will get together, and the Crab will be contested. Not even sure who it went to.
I'm very surprised that Marin actually did a manual dismount there from his ultimate. Usually if you just get the auto attack on somebody and you press it on them, you're going to get that extra damage. But he just manually canceled it around the wall from Amazing. You can also cancel it by buffering an E on someone as well.
He is all over this map and all over this jungle. But they've got eyes on him. The blue trinkets.
All right.
3 on either side. Coming in handy this time.
Just, you can follow the strategy that Team Fire is doing right now by just watching the pings on the map. So they identify threat number 1, which is the pushing top wave right now. Really, that just adds pressure to you, so you really want to get that slow pushing.
Oh, he didn't jump over the wall.
Uzi with a bit of a...
Amazing is not super happy right here. He's going to bail out.
Yeah, usually you can Ballista Q over that wall. There's a certain portion of it that you can do it on.
Yep. Surprising to see that it's Uzi out of all people that fails it. Even Uzi fails that jump.
Yep.
So next time you flame your teammate for being boosted.
Right? At All-Stars, you learn that Uzi messes up that jump. At Worlds, you learn that Faker even fail flashes sometimes. It's always
Everyone,
good to get
everyone can feel good. Everyone can feel good about that. But back to this game. We're 40 minutes in. The stakes just keep on getting higher because a wipe of a team could very well mean the end of it with those death timers creeping all the way up. And the Baron has become the center of focus for Team Ice. Mid lane, still for Team Fire.
Exactly. It's just such a back and forth. It's just a tiny little dance here. If one person missteps, then they're caught, and that's a kill, and they can get so much off of that.
He goes, Marin, he's got the tether. Koro does that is. Marin is trying his best to run away. He's going to go ahead and clear it off of him, but he is caught in between everything, has to flash the cone, and now it could be the chance for Ice to strike, but Double Lift and Meteos are trying to zone Amazing way from this one. UL in the front, another cone down. Those cooldowns are just way too low for him. Goes in, gonna get pulled in. Pyroclasm is effectively canceled. Meteos jumps up, tries to escape. Madlife throws his ulti down, but he is caught with the Unbreakable. He's going down, but he buys the rest of the life for the team. Oh! Koro snipes him with a Mantra Q. Amazing over the wall, throws the Lamster Spite. Meteos is in the middle, Double Lift is down. Froggen picks it up, Meteos is blown away, and Marin, the last man standing, will not be able to stop this Baron.
Big misplay there. They have so much catch potential on Ice. You have to respect it. You have to respect the spooky ghosts. You have to respect the speed up from Karma as well, or else you're just going to get caught just like that.
Yeah, Koro and POL have been playing fantastically together overall. It's just to see a Karma really identify the right usage of shield. That's actually very tricky. You just continuously speed up anything that can make the engage happen. And instead of speeding up Froggen to try and fish for Qs, it's actually speeding up POL, who has just a tendency to play so far forward anyways. He gets the pillar there. That facilitates for Froggen. Suddenly everybody's on the run, and if you can never turn, because if you then turn, Amazing has a really easy ultimate spot.
Now Marin trying to save the day, but he won't even last more than a few seconds. Tower going down, Inhibitor soon to follow. Madlife's the last man on the board for a few more seconds, and this Nexus turret is gonna go down oh so quick. I don't know what Madlife can do. The rest of the guys are off the fountain, but are they in time
to save the day. Ice Ice Baby is the word of the day, and there will be no tiebreaker at All-Stars 2015.
Final match decides it all.
It's true. Froggen, though, having a crazy game. Getting attention from Amazing, being able to carry that, landing the Qs, and just overall, Ice, you could see from an individual performance, we're doing well, but the way they were synergizing was very beautiful on top of all of that.
Oh yeah, they worked together very well this game. I was very impressed by this particular choice. The All-Stars for Team Ice, they really voted. Everybody out there, good job on that one. Oh, and they just get a big ups from the crowd. Nothing against Team Fire, though. They played this one out well. I feel like they just didn't quite have the same control of the map most of the game.
Faker played the matchup well, 1v1. He was chunking out Froggen, testing CS, but then he kind of left himself exposed, and you can't do that without support from your jungler. So either Media should have been mid at the level 3, noticing that the lane is pushing out. He had the potential to be there, but just a really slick gank from Amazing opened up that mid lane. Then he went to the bot lane, facilitate that stuff, and I can't stress enough just how pivotal that was for the early game. So very impressed with the early game from Amazing there. Froggen beautifully executing that looks. That's why we like seeing him on these like slow wave clear mages, but he's actually changing his playstyle to be more involved in the side parts of the map, at least, especially this tournament.
Yeah, those mages are so frustrating to play against because you have to have team coordination to get around them. Back in the day when it was just Ziggs all over again, right? It was so hard. You had to have macro movement, and they showed that Fire, not coordinated enough to handle it.
And well, Ice froze out the competition in that game, but to break it down further, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk, so take it away.
Thank you so much.
to get back to lane on a lane minion. So Team Fire knew that they had the numbers to turn it around there. And amazing, one more auto attack to finish off Mad Life, but he decided to try and live.
Yep. He wanted to finish off with the red buff dash away.
It ended up costing him everything there. So Team Fire crushing it.
Not only does Mara get 2 kills and assist, he's got double buffs as well. Gonna make Huni's life even more difficult when he goes back up. Team Fire at 7 minutes. I've got a 1,500 gold lead. In absolute control of the lanes for now.
Yeah, score ended up going around. Okay, well, down bottom though. They did get the good condemn. Bottom lane there could not answer teleports again.
Biggest thing of that play is just that the hook misses. Otherwise, Mad Life could have just got simply one shot and then carry. And at this point, you just gotta walk back. Rek'Sai walking back into the fight because Amazing is going for a play here.
Yeah.
And that actually ends up costing them their lives.
Trundle though. Oh, I think he just got that last minion. Able to.
The dying minions around Trundle obviously give him more health.
Yeah,
so Amazing did the math, saying I can kill you, but didn't. Think
Trundle's not your average support.
Ah. Got trolled.
But yeah, Score did end up finishing the Raptors and coming around to gank Froggen. Also got his flash.
Yep, no
flash. Didn't see that part.
Shockwave is available for Faker.
Flashless Brand is a
Support
great
coming in
target.
from Kasing and Amazing. Faker's gonna make it out. So Rome attempted, but not successful.
Yeah, I can see what the communication just much better right now. Everybody's speaking the same language. Just misses being called. Faker this time being able to react to a lot of these plays.
Now they're going to set up some trouble for Huni up top. Both Dr. Mundo and Trundle
No flash.
moving their way up. But Onslaught of Shadows is available for Huni. Let's see if they can cut off the escape path. Coming in from behind. Amazing will be in range shortly, and there's a big minion line. But Amazing is coming up. Oh, he may be the target. Cleaver connects. Even the Krug is helping out. Huni's holding his Onslaught. Sorry, Amazing, you're in trouble.
Really smart.
Very good turn right there. I don't know if Huni will be able to get out either. The Thresh is on the way, but it's going to have to be an Onslaught of Shadows back towards him.
Take a look. Mara lunges over in Huni's direction and then turns aggressive. The pillar comes up. Lantern from Kasing, but Fire's made it out and they got an easy kill.
So there was that ward that they placed. While they were killing Amazing, they placed the ward in lane and it saw Kasing running down the lane. So that's why Fire did not go for that dive. And the vision pays off.
Yeah, and again, good communication and restraint here overall from Team Fire. Like, they realized they could maybe outplay the dive, but they could, if they get outplayed by Huni, that's that they're taken back into the game. So they actually just simply turn up to Amazing, go back to Huni, evaluate the situation, up out of the dive, and just play with a lot more restraint. Definitely the communication stepping in here for Team Fire.
And for the first time, really, all event long, Amazing's not had a strong impact in the early game. In every other match that he's really played, whether it was in the Lee Sin, the Kindred, he's shown up in one particular game as well, and had a great impact. 0-2-0 for now.
Yeah, I mean, it was the fact that he just played the game versus Faker and ganked him early a bunch. I think the same mid laner was like, I'm going to expect it this time around. So the gank mid lane didn't work out, and then obviously we know what happened bottom lane. Teleport mismatch.
Also just a hook missing on the bottom lane off the condemn, just set up that play for failure.
Reckless, though, doing a very good job in the bottom lane for Team Ice. If you want to look at positives for Team Ice, their Vayne is extremely strong right now.
Tower dive.
Yes, still.
Time to fight. Teleports are available for both Huni and Mara. Huni has started the channel. Mara about a second later. The culling is coming down, and this is going to be a giant fight. Faker's coming through the river. Team Ice are somewhat split up. Europe are looking to engage. Score is the ultimate run. Huni has got the onslaught. He does it defensively. The Shockwave finds 2. That's already a kill onto Huni, and Ice are in full retreat. The Pyroclasm rattles across Team Fire, but it does not secure a kill. Reckless is trying to tumble away, but the Trundle says nay. The Condemn pushes Marin away, and he's going to get dropped. Grand challenge is issued and answered, and Team Fire get 2 more.
Yeah, we saw restraint and execution on that tower dive on Team Fire on the top lane. Ice completely botched that. Kasing walks up, just completely whiffs. Lantern's already on cooldown, goes for the really weird hook tanks, 2 tower shots, nothing's happening. Huni has to turn around 4v5, they lose it, and then Faker comes in with a beautiful shockwave from the top side.
Yeah, the discipline here definitely showing from the LCK squad. And EU LCS having a rough go of it. Their bottom lane was kind of their last-ditch effort. But yeah, as soon as you see the 2 main cooldowns gone from Thresh, they turn it around here.
Dude just waited for the minions to get into the tower. You gotta get closer because that was a very optimistic hook overall.
Faker comes in to close the door.
Was that the door closed?
Well, I didn't know it only
with
closed on one person, I guess. Reckless, though, hits a pillar in the face, and Martin's able to challenge him successfully.
Just an easy closure there for Team Fire. Find themselves 7 kills up. 4,000 gold, 1 dragon, and a tower. They were able to push down that bottom lane. So everything going the way of Team Ice, and it's going to take,
well,
mistakes for Team Ice to start clawing this one back.
Exactly. Team Fire here should be able to press their lead. 1 outer turret already down. All they have to do is switch over and keep up the pressure. So much scaling in their advantage as well. That's going to get out of control. Hard for Ice to come back. Let's see if Reckless can make it happen.
Yeah, despite Reckless actually having that 30 CS lead, he's still down in gold. All the assists, the tower is playing into Prey's favor. So still a long time before Reckless can scale up. Marin is actually going to start a fight here with Huni. Huni's got onslaught. He's going to go under the tower, take a shot or 2, and Mad Life's arrived. I don't know if Huni's going to get the kill. He will not. He'll secure the Mad Life.
The support Trundle gang wraps around. Lack of vision here for Team Ice. Amazing trying to camp bottom now for their last hope, but unable to find anything.
Well, sadism means Score's gonna just regen through everything. Froggen unloaded every ability and flash.
Yeah, just look at the amount of pink wards right now on Team Fire too. They're playing with so much information just because they have their entire entrance to their jungle ward with pink wards, and then they use that layer to build up on. That's the foundation for their vision, and then they get deeper wards overall. So every single time they're in the right position.
And right now, the split push should be a real... Oh, well, he knows there's no summoner, so...
Well,
Froggen's getting CS! Until his last breath, Froggen will CS. That's the correct play there. There's no way he's going to live, so might as well try and get some money. Does grab it. But the split push is such an effective way to end out a game right now. Since they have 3 kills on Marn's Fiora, he already has the Tiamat. They can all just switch to blue trinkets, and they can ward for Marin from the mid lane while the rest of the team groups up to make sure that he does have vision to successfully execute that split push.
Little trick there, holding the pillar until Tumble is used by Vayne. Marin can just trade in, even get a non-beneficial trade, and then just go back and lifesteal. It's kind of the way he wants to play that matchup right now.
Oh, Mooney's getting collapsed on. It's not just Marn he has to worry about. Mad Life again.
15 seconds for Onslaught of Shadows. This is going to be so easy. Marin challenges the help of Mad Life. They pick up kill number 10 in 14 minutes, and it's coming apart at the seams for Team Ice in the European LCS.
It is. Remember, fans, that this is a best of 3. All previous matches were best of 1s. This is the finals, so amazing actually going to try and turn this around on Score.
Some support.
Bold move.
Reckless was going to be late to the party, but nothing happens, and tower number 2 falls, extending that lead even further. Dare I say, this was the LCK we were expecting to see?
Definitely just got a scaling. That's on it. This is not an early game team composition, by the way. Like, this is what they're expected to do in a late game. Go ahead like this, but they're already 6,000-7,000 gold in the lead right now, and they're only scaling up. Score will only get tankier. Faker will get more damage, more zoning. Marin split pushing away. 40 CS up now overall. I see no way out for Team Ice at this point.
For Team Ice, Vision and maybe a magical Pyroclasm Onslaught combo. Froggen's doing okay, 120 CS. Problem is he's down 2,000 gold against...
Oh, teleport actually behind Huni here. Marn's going to cut him off, and Score's just going to walk up and try and land cleavers.
Let's see if Huni can get away.
Uh-oh.
Starting the devastating charge. Will Rampage. At least he's gone away from Marin for a few seconds. Decent damage under Score.
Score just has to buy time.
Oh! And the teleport, but a lunge. Oh!
Even if he gets over that wall, there's not enough time to do enough damage, and he doesn't have anything to interrupt Huni, so Huni probably still gets away, but...
They may have lost the information that they actually used teleport. That is like the only thing that play could have cost, because technically Huni could have walked somewhere and based that time.
Does this allow Team Ice to at least get a tower down bottom? I haven't looked at how much HP that has. It does look like there's a lot of support coming, and without maybe a culling, should be good damage onto this one.
It's taking a while though with that build.
Yeah, Rekkles still working away down here, keeping up his CS lead. He's going for the double energize items. Froggen gets the lantern over to the Scuttle Crab speed boost.
Seeing actually flash to carry on Froggen even further.
Really a level down and forced out of lane once again. The rest of Team Fire are pushing into the jungle. Even the tower is about to fall here. All outer towers are down. 9,000 gold on the 8,000 in 16 minutes. And Fire and the LCK, they're not done yet.
Gotta remember, we're actually setting up for a perfect game here. 0 towers. True. 0 dragons, 0 kills.
0 Rift Heralds.
Oh, come on.
That's a new thing we have to add now to perfect games.
Doesn't that make it just a little unfair? Or not really?
No, I feel like that makes it harder to get a perfect game, because if your whole team commits to taking a dragon, then the enemy that's even behind could try and grab something for themselves if they...
I like it.
It would be worth it, but at least you'd be on the board with something, I guess. All right, let's see what happened here.
Oh!
Surprise cleaver.
Yeah. I actually didn't even catch that one. So, thank
Froggen
you,
did.
observers. Thank you.
Froggen
Yeah. Safe hands. Inner turret falls. Froggen's really the only form of wave clear here for the European LCS, which is something we've not really touched on too much. So now the Team Ice are pushed back and they're so far behind. Huni's like, nope.
Both of them turn around when they see each other, actually. The top laner instinct. Oh, he must have more friends than I do.
But in the end, they're all miserably
Yeah, exactly.
alone.
In the end, ha! Joke's on you, top laners. You're all by yourselves.
You have no friends.
Well, they will have friends shortly once the teleports are available. Huni, wow, takes so much damage from Faker. He will get dropped down after throwing out the onslaught. Rekkles does not want to go over the wall aggressively, and Kasing is now forced to peel away. Infected Cleaver comes out and score. It's got the sadism running. Let's get condemned against all. Mad Life is targeted. Pyroclasm will bounce once and twice, and it's Prey that's the target. Rekkles is going to get the kill before flashing to safety. Now Faker's being chunked out is amazing. Flashes defensively. Shockwave catches Froggen and amazing. And here comes Rekkles. There is no ulti for score, and he's shut down. It's a lot of gold that goes the way of the European LCS. Froggen and Rekkles are low. Marin wants to run them down. Pillar of Flame comes up. Kasing will most likely go down. Grand Challenge comes out.
Every man for himself to scatter as everyone runs from Marin.
Yeah.
The 5-0 Fiora.
Marin actually get out.
Over, I think.
Froggen can probably get an execute off here.
This is going to be scary.
Oh, Mad Life's coming.
I think Marin tapped him while flashing over. He was higher HP earlier.
Just got a farm. That's the way it is.
No execute available.
Emblem up as well. But perfect game is now gone. And Team Ice have got themselves 3 kills.
Yeah, Mad Life in that fight, even just walking forward in front of the score, trying to soak up as much damage as he could. He took the hook.
Huni's calling for the comeback now. Rally caps on.
They just wanted to play hard mode. Maybe super
looks
hard
pretty
mode.
hard.
Give Korea, LCK squad, 9,000 gold lead.
See what happens.
I don't know, man.
Kasing is just going to get chunked out here. Pillar of Ice comes out and... at least he's smiling in the player cam. There's not a lot else you can do about that play. Dragon number 2 picked up here for Team Fire. Squad's just going to face tank that with little problem.
I mean, a low sample side here, but Toronto support seems to be doing very well in these games.
Yeah, I think we've seen it, what, 3 or 4 times this weekend? Looking very well against...
I like the build. CDR boots. Mobility doesn't get punished. A lot of utility in the fights. I have Equinox, which speeds up your second item. You just get the vision game early.
Even an Aegis now as well. Start helping out some of the AoE from Froggen.
Yeah, he shreds the front line with his ultimate, provides auras for his team, and the cooldown reduction for more pillars really does help them find picks even.
Yeah, his main job is literally being nuisance and soaking up as much damage as he can. Even carries
Rolling,
they go for...
what'd you say?
Carries started going for the backline. You can even steal some AD from them, so...
A nuisance. Alright, that's my new term for it.
Alright, good work.
I wasn't trolling.
I was being a
Merely
nuisance.
being a nuisance.
Let's see how well Teamfire use their nuisance support. Currently sets up with vision in this top half of the map. Inner turret is available, and Oren's not really committed to pushing that one out. He's got teleport, and he's in fact gone down to the bottom lane to shove that out.
Everybody's so used to only finding those blue wards in the Baron pit that they actually forget there can be actual invisible wards in there.
They actually ended up double pinking the Baron pit to make sure because they thought it was curious. No one was coming to check.
Sing only has like 3 wards though. He places one on the way to the Baron just to not face take a brush. He only has 1 spare ward after that, so
Team Ice only has 1 blue trinket as well.
Yep.
So.
And this is the easiest bait of his life.
Kissing. Don't
Take
do
a deep breath.
Oh, the lantern for vision. Pillar comes up, flash over the wall.
It's about as good as that can go.
Faker was looking for the shockwave, and Teamfire, they've not backed away just yet. Finally peeling out of the jungle.
Now what?
Team Ice tentatively looking. They're going to enlist Baron to land a couple of autos, and I see Marin actually recalled and made his way up. Double Vamp Scepter, while Mooney is farming out that bottom lane. Who's going to call the bluff? That is the question. Baron's being dropped. It's below half HP. Madlife is going to commit the subjugate onto Amazing. Baron will go down. It's secured by Teamfire in the LCK. Death Sentence will find a target in the pit, but nothing further. Pyroclasm will only get a single bounce. Prey and Marin, they're on the back line, but there's no support from anyone else. Hooney's got the onslaught of shadows, but Team Ice are split. Shockwave onto Froggen, defensive onslaught, and the stun finds Froggen from the riposte. He's down. Marin's got 1 kill. That's the second of the fight, and the Baron.
Yeah, Froggen had amazing, fantastic synergy last game. This time, actually, the kick makes it so that the Brand ultimate completely whiffs. Saves Madlife.
Yeah, the combo there. Madlife with the great flash to bring Amazing in and then gets kicked away as well. So the Brand ultimate doesn't even bounce, and a complete outplay there for Team Fire. Baron buff in hand means turrets will go down.
Well, we have to see how the European squad bounce back from this. There's little they can do to pick this game up. Kobe, as you mentioned already a few times, best of 3.
Yep.
So here's this Pyroclasm ulti fail.
So he flashes Amazing into the team.
Amazing kicks everybody else out.
Kicks everybody else, and Madlife on his own is able to walk away from the rest of the squad.
Good ulti here by Faker. Condemn over the wall from Reckless. Good. Just not high range enough to take down Faker, and then at that point, fight's over.
Very interested to hear what Niels is going to have to say to the boys after this game.
Yeah, maybe we should get a listen in on that, coach.
I'll be like, he's going to go, put me in, coach.
Yeah, how do you bounce back from this kind of match? Amazing finds Faker. Death Sentence will connect as well. The shutdown goal goes to the teams. Reckless finds the kill credit. Reckless is forced to flash away, and now Marin's in trouble. Onslaught will split up Team Fire. Ice may be winning the fight. Madlife and Score are running away. Amazing will not connect with the Sonic Wave, and that's 2 kills and an inhibitor defense.
Why are we chanting Hooney? That play was entirely set up by Amazing and Kasing. There's other players on this team, guys. Holy, that insect was fantastic. Kicks Faker in straight into the hook from Kasing.
An insect on Faker is definitely a confidence booster for this team. And Reckless as well, he actually did some AD carry zoning in that fight. He tumbled in as Vayne, so everyone got scared and backed off, and then he ended up having to flash back out. And now he doesn't have his flash, but it was, yes, zoning.
Zoning, quotation marks.
Let's find out.
Usually a tank skill that we like to highlight. Trying to keep the enemy damage dealers off of your team without actually having to take any hits yourself, just do the threat of your abilities.
He's going to get out thanks to the Raptor, and I actually saw Marin running up through the river, trying to chase down Amazing. Didn't find a target. Right, crucial time for Team Ice, and this was the amazing play that got Faker.
I love it, yeah, when you take the Q to somewhere else, into the ward hop, didn't even have flash for the, oh, he flashes out for safety afterwards. But right into Kasing's waiting hook.
Yeah. Faker still has flash available, so there was a frame where he definitely could have flashed out before that hook landed, so opted not to, thought he would survive, but it's bursted.
That was a big play. However, 10,000 gold is a big lead to overcome.
Still feels somewhat insurmountable, but Team Ice are not giving up yet. Amazing, still trying to make the flashy plays, and they're going to need more of those. Keep stalling the game out. Make that 10,000 gold less and less relevant. You can buy another 10, 12, 15 minutes my word, is that a tough ask. Blue buff picked up by Frog, and that'll at least help the wave clear. Dragon number 3. Another uncontested objective because Fire simply control the map.
Additional move speed right now for Team Fire, and they're still scaling. Like this isn't even a point where Mundo jungle gets discussed. It's like 1 or 2 items more. That's when you can really start just 1v2ing the backline, kill your AD carry, and nobody can really kill him in time.
Spirit Visage will probably come in fairly soon here to protect him against the percentage damage from Brand, also boosting his ultimate and the passive.
I want to see how Team Ice play with their vision, because you guys mentioned the trinkets. Still only sitting on 2 blue, 2 red. Now Amazing, he's actually put himself in a terrible position. Oh, I take it back.
A terrible bait.
Kick Marin back into Rekkles. Riposte will not be enough, and Amazing finds a kill. They do lose an inhibitor turret, but here comes Huni. Onslaught of Shadow, and Faker will flash away from it. He dunks Huni. Their sentence goes wide as well, and Kasing gets caught by the shockwave. Now all of a sudden, EU committing onto Morin's not looking like such a great idea. Amazing will be the next target as Rekkles condemns Fire away. Continues to try Tumble. There are 2 members of Team Ice left alive against 4 from Team Fire, and the inhibitor will be dropping.
See if they can defend Nexus turrets here, because LCK don't want to go home. They want to finish the job right now.
No, Nexus turret's being focused down. Prey comes up. Froggen will get the Pyroclasm up, but Prey will not die. Score is being focused by Rekkles, burning down, surviving. Summoner heal keeps him up, but the burn will take him down. Faker and Prey walking out of the base. Mad Life is low. Rekkles, does he have the outplay in him? 1v3. This would be a magical move. Will get the shutdown before being killed himself. Faker 8, 1, and 8. Look at the middle lane. Kasing is being focused up by Marin. Lunge comes up. Shockwave pulls Huni backwards. Kasing will drop to Marin shortly. Here's the lunge. One more hit from the auto attack, and with Team Ice down, Nexus turret should fall shortly after.
All right, Amazing. It's up to you.
Kick him all into the fountain.
A new challenger appears. I don't know how effective he will be. The wave clear from Froggen will help, but it is against super minions.
No, Faker though.
Marin's gonna lunge away. Amazing's looking for Faker. Gets booted to the side in range of nobody. Marin commits onto Froggen. Pyroclasm's a few seconds away. He will not get the time he needs. The Nexus is being focused down. Team Fire and the LCK are 1 win away from winning All-Star 2015.
Yeah, more importantly, Faker is awake. He had more kills on himself than the entire Ice lineup combined. He had 10 kills, Ice had 8, so overall, a lot better experience for him. He knew he was going to get camped, so he played accordingly.
Yeah, there were some positives towards the end there for Team Ice. Amazing, had some good Lee Sin plays. And Rekkles, pretty much all game long, actually. Rekkles doing his duty down bottom. You know, he got his CS lead. Very difficult when the entire enemy team comes down upon you at that point, though. Yeah. Even in the late game, he was able to make some things happen for them. So
definitely
maybe
well
that he can help them out in game 2.
Yeah, just unlucky or just miscommunication. Unlucky. On that condemned hook there in the bot lane, that play kind of spiraled. That was Rekkles leading, and he lost a lot of that momentum on the bot lane right there. And at that point, yeah, just clean execution from Team Fire. Aside from the few missteps where Amazing really found a beautiful opening in the mid lane, Constars had enough. That was just creative use of just Lee Sin.
Faker playing the long game. Interpreting Amazing's ganks, maybe sandbagging a little bit in some of the fun mode, shows up here. As does the entire team, really, because we didn't see that level of, dare I say, coordination through some of the other group stage games. It felt like the LCK squad either just outskilled their opponents or
the restraint.
Lost.
I mean, if you look at the dive, so many teams, if you would have that dive set up in the top lane where they could have gone for Huni, they would have just pulled the trigger and just assumed that 3 against 1 they can outplay because they're also confident in their ability. But they actually just simply turned to Amazing, kill him, zone Huni, said, you know what, it's not worth losing our lives over here, keep up the tempo, keep up the momentum, and just a really clean and crisp game.
Well, let's find out how the European squad bounces back. But before we do, let's head to the analyst desk. Let's find out more about game number 1.
Well, thank you, Trevor, and hopefully we will also find out how the EU squad is supposed to bounce back, because they got wrecked versus LCK in that very first game. A stark contrast to the game yesterday. Let's maybe start by taking a look at picks and bans and what could possibly go well, but what ended up going horribly wrong for the EU squad.
I think, first of all, Marin decided it's time to play League of Legends. He died solo to Smurf early in the tournament, something we probably would never expect. This game, however, now he can play all the champions he wants. He can play Fiora, he can both split push, he can join fights in the bottom lane. He had a monster performance, and as long as he's playing like this, Huni doesn't get going.
Yeah, I do think that EU did get some of their best picks, though. Like you said, Thresh and Lee Sin for Kasing and Amazing. This is a great core to draft immediately, and then you get counterpick for Huni. The TP, though, it all came down to these plays that they were making from the top lane, though. Marin not only having a good laning phase, but also being able to affect other parts of the map and snowball it from there. So he definitely started playing League of Legends again. I don't know why he was playing Lissandra. I know he loves that champion, and it's one of his signatures from back in the day, but he was playing it kind of just to try and show off, but it wasn't working out for him earlier in the tournament.
I mean, right, like, throughout the tournament, Marin had been kind of the team player, right? Picked Gnar in a comp that needed to engage, picked Lissandra for kind of a similar situation. And this is him kind of being more allowed to go off. And it looked like the LCK comp was actually something that a lot of Korean team comps are, which are these, like, a lot of soft synergy team fight sort of compositions. Like, all these guys are mostly frontline hitters. And it works really well when you've got a Toronto support in there to soften up that guy in the front, right? Lucian, low target selection. Orianna just kind of needs to wombo what she can find. And again, her range not the longest either. So it just kind of comes into a nice frontline focused team comp. And Shox, you had mentioned sort of this game being really snowball the other way compared to the last time these two teams met. And it's hinging off the first 8 minutes in that first big gank where, you know, whereas a few days ago, Amazing crushed everything and won the game by his team. By contrast, and we can pull up the fight actually, it's Amazing not getting quite as good of a gank here in the game snowballing because of a bot lane fight for LCK's favor.
Yeah, the replay will come up in just a second, but indeed getting his hands on his Lee Sin, also prioritizing the pick for him, and, well, just unlucky here.
Well, it's a very interesting gank. First of all, it's a miscommunication. Regulus using Condemn when the hook flies out from Kasing, but even if they connected that one, it wouldn't have been a lot more damage. Now, though, Europe needs to make a decision. Do we peel together and go for Marin because he was moving forward near Kasing and Reckless, or do you go for the hero play if you are Amazing? He went for the hero play. Oh. Even if he got that one kill, the rest of the team then had to just back so far away that Amazing most likely would have died after. I would have preferred to see just peel off, go for Marin while he's chasing after Reckless and Kasing, and try and secure at least that one kill and then get out there.
Yeah, he didn't even get that kill. Trundle ended up killing a creep and getting the level up just so close. But yeah, because he had red buff, I think the optimal play is to go after Marin, slow him so the Vayne actually has an advantage in movement speed so he can continue to get those silver bolt procs off.
Especially also because this was the lane Europe was winning. Like mid lane was farm fast, Faker dodged around the ganks, Marin had gotten an advantage up top, also from the level 1. This lane down here was the one they were winning. As LCK made a bit of a mistake, I think, at level 1, where they did the camp. Prey and Madlife together did a camp. Kasing had a very smart move where he walked in to interrupt it. Camps right now for laners do not give a full level, so it's not as impactful to get it. And therefore, he walks in, he's annoying. Prey takes a lot of damage, uses a potion. Reckless sits in lane and gets level 2, so there's a big advantage. After that little play here, it was completely gone.
Yeah, the snowball went off.
Yep. I mean, Froggen, you know, once again, succumbing to snowballing. In his matchups, you know, in the final day here, it's 3 in a row for him. But yeah, I mean, this was an early game lead, right? And it was a team that picked a bunch of early game champions, and you saw glimmers of the composition working, right? Like you saw a big team fight later on in the game where you saw like a bunch of Wombo come back in, but it wasn't quite enough damage, like a really good Lee Sin kick, a really good Brand ultimate. But man, imagine if Onslaught of Shadows could have been there. And this was kind of the problem. It was like once the Koreans get ahead, like these players are so good at playing around the map. Like, if there's one really big trait that you can point out to, like, top-level Korean pros, they roam out of the lane so damn efficiently, they don't lose any time, and they always suss out whether it's going to be a good fight or not. Like, you very rarely, at least comparatively, see someone like Faker roam out of their lane and it being a waste of time. When he roams down, 2 people die on the enemy team, and they're always there first. And so that's, like, the impeccable, crazy skill. We talk about top lane TP times, but it goes for all 5 players on the map, and that keeps getting better when your lanes are winning and they can push first.
Yeah, definitely seem invincible in that game, but honestly, it could go the other way. Absolutely. If Amazing doesn't make that mistake early, if it goes the other way. So let's look at the next game. It's red side for LCK in that one. What are the major changes EU has to make? Obviously, that kind of a situation can occur again, but I don't feel like they should give up that early game pressure like Amazing has been doing all tournament long.
Oh, no, you still put Amazing on Lee Sin or Elise if you can. They do have first pick now if they want to take away an Elise. I think Lee Sin is probably better for him overall to make the big plays. Yep. It's more the fact now that Huni won't get a counter pick. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Hecarim in this case, also because he fell behind and he went Ghostblade. You know, Huni wants to be aggressive and make some plays, and you don't really do that from behind his Hecarim. but they got to find a way to get him at least a decent matchup despite not having a counter pick. If they can do that, they can still be fine.
It was also rather strange in this pick and ban that they ended up banning their own Quinn on the EU side. You had just seen Marin's Quinn. It wasn't that effective at all. And Huni plays a magnificent Quinn. And then also, you gave over a Mundo. It wasn't like extraordinarily effective in taking over the game, but it was still a Mundo that you had to deal with mid and late game. And Mundo ganking a Hecarim is rather easy as well. That was a big part of how they got that first blood too.
Yeah, and by and large, I don't think it takes any major shifts here from EU. This is the kind of game where you just say unlucky, and you just try again. Like, the skills there, the champions are there, you just try again.
Yeah, try again. They will. Players are taking a break, and so will we with Team Fire. One game closer to victory. We'll step away for just a second, but stay with us. We'll be back to look at round 2 of this 3-game set right after this.
Oh, genius! If they lose first game, we kick this coach, okay?
Amazing gets dropped. The pillar comes up. Huni's in trouble. There's no flash. There's no escape. And that's first blood to LCK. Won't be enough to pick up the kill. Now Marin and the Silver Bolt are being brought down. That's a double kill. Will flash to the mid lane as the stun finds score. Huni has got the onslaught. He does it defensively. The shockwave finds 2. That's already a kill onto Huni. And Ice are in full retreat.
We can
yeah,
fight
I'm away.
moving. I think I guess I'll that. I can flash over.
But here comes Huni. Onslaught of Shadow, and Faker will flash away from it. He dunks Huni. Team Fire and the LCK are 1 win away from winning All-Star 2015.
Hey guys, welcome to my bell. Talk to you. So I didn't want to be careful about what but I said this is gonna be like I said, this is my spirit. Okay, so and then just dip. Here goes. So I'm gonna brush my teeth for 5 minutes, so hopefully I'll figure out how to edit this where I can fast forward through all that, but if not, your tongue. Yay! Okay, that's the ring. I'm a ring. There is a little before and after. Like I said, it's really hard. You get one set of teeth, people, and if you ruin them, you're out of luck.
Welcome back to Los Angeles, California, where Team Fire is one game away from picking up a victory against Team Ice in the best of 3 finals. We just saw LCK obliterate the European LCS, and it's going to be a tough game.
But this very studio has seen a lot of reverse sweeps.
It has. I can attest to that. They're definitely going to want to start it out without the level 1 First Blood before minions spawning. So they can definitely turn that around. Some defensive warding here. Maybe not that invade.
What changes for picks and bans? This time around, EU on the blue side.
You know what? You know what they should not ban and ban Mundo instead? Blitzcrank. I think they might get rid of that one.
That would be a logical assumption.
I mean, they're blue side right now. They can actually just
is the onus
Mundo themselves.
Is the onus on LCK to ban Mundo?
Yeah.
Do we think Amazing will run it?
Yes.
I mean, if you can get if you mechanically gifted enough to get an insect on Faker by using somebody else as a vessel, I'm pretty sure you can play Mundo.
As a vessel. I like that. Well, the first ban out the gates is Mundo, and it is from EU. They do not want to run that at all. Let's see if LCK pivot. They banned out Gangplank, Kalista, and Anivia. Last time round, Lulu and Quinn, the ones that rounded out our team compositions. The brand from Froggen aren't the greatest of picks. We might see a slightly different one this time around as well.
And they also had the counter pick for Huni. He got thwarted, obviously, with that First Blood pre-minion spawn. But maybe we can see what that impact is actually if LCK gets the counter pick on Huni this time.
Yeah, you do. So that's the thing for red side. You do get to guarantee which counter pick you get.
Yep.
By choosing which one you're going to pick first. Which solo laner do you throw out to the wolves, and which one are you going to save it for?
Now, Froggen blind pick Brand, so maybe he'll throw himself to the wolves. Play another control mage in that middle lane.
Yeah, generally we've been seeing mostly just high damage AoE mages for the mid lane. Not really worried about being counter picked. Quinn does find herself again on the ban list. There's the support Trundle ban as well from the EU.
So first pick, what will it be? Relatively okay in lane, good scaling. We've seen what Huni can do with Fiora as well in the past. Elise still up. Trying to think of what else is there. Thresh, want to go real old school. What would you first pick, Kobe, if you were in EU shoes?
I would first pick Rammus, because that's my other jungler.
To be a nuisance, right?
Yes, to be a nuisance. Teemo's also a nuisance.
Yeah, Kindred would see a lot of play here, usually. Amazing does have that.
Well, the big thing to me, I mean, a serious answer, Kalista's very high priority for these AD carries, and Kalista is still up. So if EU LCS do not pick Kalista first, I do expect Prey to blind pick the Kalista for LCK.
Definitely. I like seeing Prey's Kalista. He's been playing well this tournament overall.
Definitely strong with it.
Well, no real surprises there on the Kalista at least.
I get a troll answer and a real answer for you.
I like it. I respect that, you know. Have some fun and then throw out the legit. So for Amazing, kind of expect the Lee Sin to be his fallback once Elise is off the table. Could go Kindred.
Yep.
If they wanted to go that route and have it all ranged. But
I mean, the drop really wasn't the issue in either game.
Yeah.
It just boils down to the play and just the gang prioritization overall. You just can't let your mid laner die like that. So you make sure you gank the right spot. You know, Faker this time, he avoided the ganks.
Reckless is talking of a storm in picks and bans, not something we actually see a whole lot from him.
Now, after game one, Huni actually has calmed down a lot. This opens up communication for Europe.
Yes. It's no longer being strangled by the screams of Huni. Good smile on Niels' face at the very least, despite being roasted by his team during the course of the previous game. So it will be the Lee Sin, it will be the Lucian. So wipe steal bottom lane for the EU LCS. We'll give them the chance to at least counter pick potentially one lane. Mad Life.
I love Blitzcrank into
It's
Thresh.
Hook City.
I love Blitz into Thresh if you're a good Blitzcrank player. Especially, I still have that Ballista interaction where Blitzcrank can obviously launch the pull. The way that mechanic works is because it only calculates at the position that you're in when the hook connects. And obviously you can't move, but Ballista can move you. You get that really big pull coming out. Hopefully we see a couple of those.
Safe pick mid laner here for Faker, or something relatively safe for Marin? That's a question that LCK have to answer. And with the last second will be Alessandra.
Flex pick.
See, I think
I got my heartbeat.
That is usually the best approach if you're planning to counter pick. Having counter picks and a flex option open is really strong drafting.
Yeah, plus there's extra mind games that go into it since Marin got smashed so hard last time he played Lissandra. They're like, are they really going to send him on Lissandra again?
So was it Rookie, I believe, that played the Lissandra mid? Was definitely a different beast than the Lissandra top.
Yeah. Great target selection for Rookie. We'll see whether or not Faker or Marin can pull off the same. And what EU were going to run into this, though, was Hecarim last game as somewhat of a counter to the Fiora. Fiora's still up and available, as is the Hecarim. Froggen played for long enough to know the power of Kassadin.
Yeah. Hecarim into Lissandra is not cool, though, so I don't feel like Huni will opt into that.
Very, very fun to see Froggen play Kassadin overall in terms of trading in the lane and just making sure that he always uses Q on the enemy and uses that as zone to walk up and farm. Watched a lot of Froggen stream. Know how he plays that Kassadin.
We also watched a lot of Kassadin here already that did not spam Qs on the opponent.
Literally tilted me.
We also saw a lot of missed force pulses from Kassadin.
A lot of people miss force pulses sometimes.
I miss force pulse in the off-season all the time. But for Huni, he will play Jax. It was the champion that he first played against North America here at All-Star. Got his Rage Blade up, and as Double have said, Huni 1v5'd us.
Yes, the difficulty is getting to your Rage Blade. This is 5.23, so the combine cost has been increased a bit. But once you get it...
do it. The crowd wants to see it.
Some pressure here because I'm sure Marin would like to pick something else into that Jax rather than the Lissandra, but Faker doesn't really want to play the Lissandra Kassadin matchup. Sounds like a horrible matchup. Sounds incredibly easy for Kassadin.
Like, oh yeah, you leave my team, huh?
Yay! We have Mad Life playing Blitzcrank and Faker playing Zed.
Marin's like, give me that. I'm going to take it then. We'll see how they end up with all the swaps.
Yeah, Marin's like, you're not getting that champion.
You think it's pretty funny, huh?
Well, let's talk about the matchup, because the Kassadin to Zed going to be a little more difficult here for Froggen.
Yeah.
And we were expecting to see more Zed throughout 523. There's still time. There's still time.
Can't be.
It would be the mega troll if Mad Life decides to go mid with Zed, but no, I'm not expecting that. And they have actually swapped now off camera.
Yeah, I actually like this a lot because the Zed into Kassadin matchup has gotten even better than it was before. Because before, you could, deviate in your Kassadin build and go for the armor items like the Zhonya's, which is really good on him anyways. But Zhonya's has had its cost increase really, really significantly, even more than the other AP items. So it's even more rough for the Kassadin to try and change his build and go more armor items. He could go all the way back to the old Boy build and get with the Iceborne Gauntlet Kassadin. Try that one on for size.
The good old tank Kassadin too.
Yeah.
The good old days. But yeah, very, very couple of crucial matchups here that can tilt either way very quickly. So my eyes will definitely be on Amazing and Score and see how they influence the early game. We've seen examples of how that can turn out against Faker, with Faker in the last few games, or what happens when Amazing does hit the mark on those ganks or when he doesn't. So a very interesting matchup.
Well, this could be the last Summoner's Rift battle of All-Star from LA. Europe and Team Ice need to pick up a win to force the deciding battle. Maybe it will lean on Froggen's Kassadin or Huni's Jackson, whether or not LCK and Team Fire can put up some form of answer to that split-pushing Jax.
Both teams have strong elements for level 1. Blitzcrank good pull, but obviously Jax can always opt to start with Counter-Strike there. Be annoying, so LCK panning out.
No shenanigans this time round.
No
deep vision either.
Wonder if they go camp for the Blitzcrank matchup, because it does have a really nice power spike on level 2 if you do a camp first, because you don't really get bullied that much early.
Yeah, I mean, plus it's also nice to go gank 4 Thresh lanes because of the Lantern assistance for your ganks, but there are so many choices, as you went over, for the junglers. You really want to, if you're LCK side, keep Jax down, keep him away from the Rage Blade as long as you can, or if you are Amazing, get him ahead of obviously. Lane swap. We haven't seen there.
First time,
first one.
First one all tournament long.
I mean, it's obvious very few teams want to opt in a lane swap when there's communication issues, when you have people from like different teams playing, but in the
at this point they are one team.
When things get serious as well, we'll just out macro them. I think it's the correct choice though. Opening up Mad Life to Roman Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank can bully Huni if he does end up in the lane 1v1 with experience disadvantage.
Now there's options.
Yeah.
They get more
Finally.
or less for the junglers. Fake and Frog, and they're going to go toe-to-toe in this middle lane.
Yeah, things to watch for seeing any caster in play is obviously use as many Qs on the opponent, so otherwise you will get out-sustained anyways. Just want to get that harass corruption potion, and then the auto attack reset on the W. Always auto W, never just press the W first. Just to keep in mind.
So, Huni holding Amazing's hand in the jungle. They're still doing that double jungle. Reckless has got the support of Kasing. They're looking for Marin, who is still level 1. The Flay will follow the Flash. But they burned the Exhaust for that. So Exhaust for Flash, I think he'll be happy.
And he's pushing, no? Must be.
Yeah, it's pushing.
Rex is actually choosing to push in the wave in the bottom, so no freeze there. I'm not going to try and deny Marin CS. That usually leads to a 4-man dive. So I would say score coming over. No teleport.
Huni's still level 1 though. They didn't share full experience on the blue buff. Huni
Mad Life
actually left early.
Mad Life way too late though on the base. Waited for level 2.
So this is a 3v2 for the time being. Amazing's coming up through the river, and he will find his way into the tri-bush. Has used the safeguard already. 4 versus 2. Look for the skill shots. Kasing cannot afford to miss. And have taken enough time that Mad Life is getting closer. Death Sentence finds score. He's level 3. So he's going to repel up. 2-man counter-strikers. Kasing is going to flash away. First blood secured by Amazing. And Reckless makes it out alive.
Score came down so quickly. Huni still had Counter-Strike up, and he just got stunned for free there. It was going to be used just on Marin. But a clean first blood for the EU LCS this time around. And they punish Mara. No summoners now for him. Huni, though, still level 1 because he didn't share any experience on the double jungling that they did.
Seems like LCK forgot how to lane swap. My Life could have based way earlier, could have been under a tower, and then that would have put EU in a very, very precarious position. But overall, they get the textbook answer to the lane swap, which is dive the other side. Completely for free.
Froggen farming up as best he can. He's down 10 CS. Oh, Reckless. Reckless steps into vision. Oh, Mad Life.
What? He's getting
late. Yeah.
Low on the rocket grab.
Back in season 2.
Nobody expects the face check, see?
Yeah, but the ward dropped, so the reaction ward from Mad Life was actually way too late.
Take a look at the middle lane. Faker's in trouble, Kobe. Death Sentence from Kasing. Wide swing, connect! Faker does have Living Shadow. Not enough energy, and that's another easy kill. Mad Life will get turned.
That's how you predicted. Any Thresh would go for the I want to Mad Life Faker. No, you just aim straight. Let him outplay you.
Double psych. Ooh, Huni takes a tower shot. Prey will rend. Huni's forced to flash, and the Pierce gets the kill. Mistake from Huni.
Yeah, that's going to be a
costly mistake.
Very big Kalista up top side. Let's see if Mad Life is going to walk into this and have to burn. Nope.
No,
They're well aware.
Don't talk too soon.
Oh, he has backup. He's faking it.
There's support, but will he be alive long enough? The passive from Blitzcrank will help. Cocoon connects on Amazing.
Yep.
And even though the Death Sentence follows.
You thought I was face checking. Acting.
Gets the Grammy and a kill for Team Fire.
That's the worst. When the support face checks and you think it all works out, and then you see the little icon from the jungle come up and you know you've been bamboozled.
It was perfect too, waiting just out of Fog of War, so they thought, maybe we just miscalculated. Why is he taking so long to get here? He must have routed somewhere else, but he was actually waiting for the teammate.
My pop culture references have been called out by production. It's an Oscar for acting. Thank you, gentlemen.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
You should have. You should have. Don't let that slide.
How's that pop culture, anyways? That sounds like
because I don't watch any of that, and I don't watch who gets the awards either. So,
alright.
You know, it's like that's like mainstream.
Ooh,
I watch
Baker
all
also getting old.
Baker getting old.
Been a long day.
Froggen is first to 6 here.
It's only down 9 CS. That's okay. That's very much so acceptable in this matchup.
He did get the advantage of the gank squad coming through very heavily for his side.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. No, I lied.
Take a look at Amazing, making his way up through the river.
What are you sitting duck here?
Well, scores up top as well. Let's
Even
find
CS
out.
though.
He's still got that corrupting potion. Claw comes out for Marin, but does not follow it up, and the junglers are about to go toe-to-toe. Amazing walks over a ward, finds the Cocoon. I think he's in trouble now, level 5, and he does manage to safeguard out. The repel will allow Score to get the kill. And now Huni's in trouble. Ice shards will fire the first slow. Huni's burning. One more auto attack. The counter-strike keeps him alive. The potion heals him up, but the Cocoon knocks him down. Down in the bottom lane, Rekkles and Kasing got themselves a 2v2 and got themselves 2 kills as well.
Wow, the outplay down bottom for Rekkles and Kasing, but so much action. We missed the mid lane kill. Faker strikes.
This is not the Observer's fault when 3 lanes fight at once.
All right, replay number 1. Let's see what happened here. Prey.
All right, he just got way too close to the brush there.
All right, the outplay.
Yeah. Ooh, that was actually an outplay right there, though. That did earn them the extra kill. Faker goes all in. Flash as well.
Outplay.
So good.
Nice long lane right there.
Faker gets his first solo kill in that lane. Picks himself up the hammer. Straight to Dirk. Comes back with that advantage, and LCK, despite the bottom, they're still marginally, the bottom kills rather, they're still marginally in the lead.
Yeah, before all the solo lane kills, or bottom side of the map kills started breaking out, I wanted to commend them for their...
Hold that thought there, Kobe, because Huni's in trouble. Counter-Strike is going to stun up Marin, but the Cocoon will lock him down, and this will just be another easy kill. The tower shots made it a little scary.
It was right into my story. They're focused on Jax, keeping him down, keeping that Rage Blade from being completed. You notice that Score first, on his first path towards a lane that he wants to camp, just places a bunch of vision and places some true sight there that he can then come back to and work around. He visits the Krugs while waiting with his pink ward there. So then even when Amazing does come, he gets the jump. Elise is all about working with that Fog of War. You get the whole combo with Elise, that's when you have such a big advantage. Cocoon into a full burst combo.
And more importantly, keep the Jax down, but also if there's any player you want to do that to, it is Huni. It has been a familiar strategy against him overall.
And when Huni has troubles, he does tilt. We've seen it a few times in the past.
Same story from last game, though. Rekkles is the shining light for the EU LCS squad. Doing some work down bottom along with Kasing.
That was a really good flash there. It could have turned that around because if the Blitzcrank lands the Fate Skull, it's knock up into point blank hook, and then Rekkles would have been dead.
Kasing may be the one that gets deaded. It's LCK roaming around. Cocoon, knock in the air. Yes, finds a connection as well. There's no Raptors to fall to. And it's Faker that even picks up the kill credit. And that's a great move here from LCK. They've run, they've not dropped the pressure. Gonna force Froggen to think twice about this farm.
Yeah, I mean, you can heavily pressure a Kassadin under turret, make him back off, but they decide to roam top instead, targeting Huni once again. Wave pushed, everybody comes top.
Life is going to slow down. You hear the power and the speed draining.
It's like, I'm out of here.
But look at this. Okay, so Amazing's recalling. There's no support for Huni, and Score is back. Huni does have his flash available. Gets rooted by the Ring of Frost. Still has used it, but that's just too much CC. Death Sentence will pull Score under the tower for a few more hits, and Kasing will not be able to kill him just yet. Amazing has found Mad Life with the double buff. Froggen is going to continue to chase. Kill is just for Amazing solo. As does Kasing get the shutdown for the team onto Score. So this is keeping the gold even.
Yeah, by the way, shutdowns now are global, so it's not bad if your support does get the shutdown. Not all of the extra bonus gold is going straight to him.
Yeah, well, everybody's roaming. Rekkles was actually going to probably win that 1v1 in the bottom, so he actually does take the tower down, now moves to the mid lane. Essentially roam there.
Does top tower fall as well? 3 members of EU are up there.
Faker's doing work on mid, though, so a lot of outer turret damage going down right now.
Faker's going to get that to below half hit points. The European squad of Team Ice, they will secure the tower, so gold advantage to EU.
Huni just did a good job buying time. He juked everything as well as he could. There was no way out of there for him. The only influencing factor is how many summoners that he could burn in the process and how much time he could waste. Kasing just arrived in the nick of time, dealt with Score under the turret, and Amazing somehow got a hold of Mad Life, and that was a very costly play here. Very telegraphed roam too. They showed in the mid lane, then went to the top lane, so there was no surprise factor whatsoever there.
The thing is, though, why we highlight this strategy of keeping the Jax away from Rage Blade as long as you can so much is because it's a full offensive item. So even if he does end up completing it, it's so hard to get to use that item and stack it up on your melee attacks because he's going to be so squishy. Lissandra's great at 100% bursting to 0. Elise is great at 100% burst to 0. Even Zed is great at that. So it's going to be so hard for Huni to actually play League of Legends this game, being so far behind. EU LCS are going to have to, scuttle him around the map, try and usher him over to the open farm, and hope that he doesn't go down in the process.
Faker, strongly Assassin. That's usually what we see from Assassin being put in the side lanes. Very hard for somebody to deal with 1v1. Then again, with the proper vision, warrants more people bottom, leaves the rest of the map exposed. You can roam.
I like the fact that all of the assassins and all the damage, these fights are going to be very punishing. With the even gold, EU could make some damage.
Yeah, EU are going to have to start sacrificing things for Huni's farm, though. They want to get him the free farm, but that means 5 members of the LCK squad can pressure other objectives. So they're giving up pressure on mid. Maybe they'll give up Dragon. And they do get a flash here.
Right, good death sentence from Kasing. Pray with the respect flash.
Usually, if the top lane is freezing and you lose control of the other side of the map of your jungle, especially against a pick like Blitzcrank that can flash hook even with the Fate Skull interaction, that is an incredibly risky path to take, though.
Yeah. So it's going to cost at least Dragon, maybe bottom turret, and mid lane turrets about to get knocked over, so.
Huni needs to start pushing because Faker's making work of that bottom tier 1, and he will not stop. He's going to continue pushing into the tier 2, and there's still pick potential in the mid lane here.
There really is. Glacial Path is fired. Morin does not follow. Mad Life looking for the Rocket Crab, but the sad Siren means he can't get in range.
Yeah, these are
take the tower.
Conscious sacrifices by the EU LCS squad.
Amazing wants to look for the flank. Froggen's gone forward. The Force Pulse is onto Bray, and he is extinguished. Tower is secured by Faker, but it's a shutdown onto Morin and a double kill to Reckless.
Yeah, and the main difference is LCK is now ready for aggression. They assume that EU is just going to play passive because they're freezing in the top lane, and they just find a beautiful opening because LCK
Faker's bottom, that's
playing
why.
too far forward, but yeah, Faker's doing the exact same thing in the bottom.
Reckless. Whoa! That was almost a prediction from Mad Life as well. Didn't connect this time round. Faker's backed away, so good chunk of damage onto that outer turret, but even gold still.
Yeah. And that's actually exactly what the LCK want. They want to trade a split-pushing, underfed, under-leveled Jax for the split-pushing 2-kill, highest CS in the entire game. Well, not Reckless has passed him. Faker, but very high.
Yeah, definitely what EU wants, not LCK. But yeah.
All the things.
All the things.
All those things I just said. Jumble them up.
Give them to EU.
Play some Scrabble.
But yeah, if you can leave a carry untouched in the side lane, just like you said, and then trade evenly on objectives. Definitely what you want to do.
Get
really
some
good flank
kills out of it on the way, then that's just icing on top of the cake.
Huni.
EU LCS, actually a gold lead.
Yep.
Huni's sitting on 2,500 gold, has held this wave comfortably.
They're coming for your turret now, though.
Ballista? I want to see the Ballista.
Very long period of time.
Oh, come on, Huni, don't get made in by that.
If it looks easy,
Yes,
don't go for it.
Okay, I thought it was going to be way...
We're still on a broadcast.
Happy! Hey!
Right, look at the tower.
I had to very carefully choose my words if I want to keep my job.
This will get dropped. Very, very easy. Pray with that Blade of the Ruined King. Shoving it down with all the attack speed, denying at least a couple more minions.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Morin shoving down bottom. Froggen wants to at least interrupt this. Rift Walk, as well as the Force Pulse. Not going to chase further.
All right, we'll see how Huni is able to do, since he has completed his Rage Blade, but they don't have something like a Lulu and Orianna pick on their squad to try and keep the Rage Blade user up. Usually when you do have something like that with so much offensive power, trying to assist him in some way.
Mad Life. Rocket Grab, Rocket Grab. Flash! Rocket Grab! Oh no, that didn't work! You killed Crepo!
That clip right there was so good, even though there were no kills out of it.
No.
We're gonna have to save that one.
Why?
Crepo literally hit the floor.
Why?
Right, tell me why in a second. Morin is about to find Froggen, or will Froggen find Morin? The silence, the Force Pulse, the Rift Walk. Froggen's gonna need to chase if he wants to kill. Down in the river, Amazing's got Prey. He's gonna get the slow on him, and a Flash Flay will allow the kill on Prey. Squall's gonna go over the wall to the Raptors, and EU gang up to find a kill.
Yeah, that was the old man's Ballista. He's like, now! Now! No, not now. But yeah, you obviously have to be very timing specific. You need to launch that Fade Skull when the hook is flying. You can't wait to see if it connects.
If it gets all the way back to him, then Rekkles is going to be able to flash out of it right there. And he does. Yeah, he did get the flash out of Marin there from the chase. Didn't overextend, though.
Rekkles is doing well. So 1,000 gold, got that Essence Reaver. Faker gets caught. The box is down. A real follow-up after. So trigger finger, a little itchy for Kasing.
Yeah, some restraint there from Amazing, though. Doesn't take it into certain death. Huni's still freezing here, trying to farm up. He wants to get some extra combat stats before diving in.
Impressive that EU is playing the map this well with 4 people only. Like, Huni has not been in the game whatsoever for the last like 7 minutes or so.
Usually you give up so much trying to freeze a lane, especially against a squad as strong as this LCK squad. But it's just been, you know, the Dragon and outer turrets.
Just that flank from Amazing in the mid lane. He's just really creative in his pathing for Lee Sin that finds himself behind enemy lines and then surprises them.
For EU, they're keeping themselves even, at least starting to hemorrhage and heal the damage done to Huni's laning phase. He's actually marginally ahead Marin. Marin's got the Hourglass completed. That's going to be problematic, especially considering the rotations and the burst he can already put down on a very squishy EU squad.
It's a lot less danger because Froggen was able to come up with that 1 versus 1 play to burn Marin's flash. It's a huge part of Lissandra to be able to get the flash ultimate off. The claw is so slow for an initiation that it has to be a team effort.
Faker is the problem though. Nobody can deal with it in 1v1. That's why they're sending him back up. They're trying to bait Faker in.
There is a lot of backup. Amazing's got caught by Madlife and Score. He's trying to get away. Has already used that ultimate, so he's the first victim. Froggen actually used his Ignite, and Faker committed, but no flashes from those mid lanes.
Faker brought more friends. Amazing was outnumbered in the 2 versus 1. Ends up going down. Huni is finally forced to start pushing just because the minions build up on his side of the map.
And as well, once that bait goes wrong, you need to accelerate the push because otherwise that's when you start losing. When you get a kill down and you're freezing or not pushing quickly enough at one side of the map, you're going to lose too much there.
Yeah, I like this move as well from the ULCS, moving up towards the top side because second Dragon not going to do a whole lot for LCK, and it would be extremely hard for ULCS to grab the first Dragon and get that first Dragon bonus, which they do want, but too difficult at this point.
Yeah, they're basically trading vision for an objective, and when Dragon is not worth as much, especially second, that vision can actually be very valuable in the setup for the next tower in the top lane. So definitely, instead of doing the sightseeing thing where you go watch the enemy team take the Dragon, move to the other side of the map, get some deep vision, go back bot, set up a push then, and suddenly controlling the entire map.
Now we are getting that really explosive part of the game though. The 2 item power spikes, so big in the preseason. Rekkles about to finish. Probably static shiv. Nope. Hand cannon. Ah, 50% chance. Got the wrong one.
Could have cheated, by the way.
Just looked at, over at yours.
I knew he was going to build that.
All right, but everybody is about on their 2 item power spikes. There's Prey and Faker as well already.
Look at the bottom lane. This time around, Faker's the one that doesn't have the friends. It's 2v1. Froggen's managed to pick it up, and the death sentence even interrupts Faker. Deathmark comes out, but an easy kill in the 2-on-1.
Perfectly coordinated bait right there. Froggen leading him right into the death sentence and holding on to the Flay till after the Zed ultimate.
You can definitely see the difference in the vision game. A lot more question marks overall. LCK not operating with perfect information. If you need to count the dots. If you don't see them all, you may find yourself surprised. Madlife take 2 for Ballista.
And there's a teleport coming in from Marin in the river. He's caught Rekkles. Rekkles gets knocked in the air, and he is shut down. Their team fight will ensue. Remember, Faker is down. This has turned into a 4-on-4. The rocket grab pulls Froggen backwards, and he's forced to flash out to safety. Kasing is going to kill those.
Whoa, Huni.
Couple of ghosts, and Huni decides to re-engage. Cocoon finds him as well, and Huni unable to kill Prey, overeager.
I thought that was a failed Ballista yet again, where he pulled him out too early this time. He actually
shot him.
He actually shot him out at Lissandra, so it's wrong for Madlife.
Yeah, I don't know. That choice there for Huni to try and go in for the all-in on Prey might end up costing them Baron. That was very, very big.
At least pretty sustained, and Faker coming in here with some more damage too. That should be easily doable. Mar can keep them away. Yeah, that will be Baron.
So many stacks. No contest. In the mid lane, it looks like Marin is going to pull some aggression here from Amazing and Froggen. And that's going to be maybe a kill. There's support coming from LCK. Marin's able to get away with a flash, and the chase is still up. Glacial Path comes out, and now Froggen is on the wrong side of the river. He turns back around onto Prey. Ignite is not really going to be enough. Amazing actually got himself a kill. He's going to go for a fight, but he will get shut down. We'll come back to the middle lane as Rekkles has got the peel away culling. The flash forward, and Kasing gets juked. Deathmore comes down, and the fight continues. Faker gets away with the Living Shadow. Rekkles on full HP. They may take the tower. They will take the tower, but LCK lose 2, gain Baron.
I love the mind games there in that Thresh-Zed interaction because there's 2 things that Kasing can do. Either throw it at Faker where he's walking or predict the shadow. Faker goes for the 3rd option, which there's...
Door number 3.
Yeah, exactly. There is no play from Thresh that we will be able to catch Zed if you just pop the ultimate.
At the same time, though, it was still, for me, the perfect play for Kasing, because either Faker stands still, he gets hit. He does a shadow forward, he gets predicted.
Or you at least
or he ultis on Kasing. If Huni positioned properly, Faker was guaranteed dead there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed.
The crowd agrees.
The crowd around us.
Rekkles does manage to make it out. The most farmed member of EU, 3-1-3.
Huni's been making some questionably positioning mistakes in these fights. He definitely could have predicted Counter-Strike on Faker there. Shouldn't have gone in earlier, so it does seem that Camp the Huni strategy is paying dividends.
Yeah, he has been able to find a farm up, though. The overall team strategy of the EU LCS has been able to get him back into the game, but they definitely need him to come up with a big play right now.
PvE part is good for him.
The PvE, yeah.
So when we start introducing opposite players, there's some issues.
He's going to use that Blade of the Ruined King to get away from the threats of Amazing. Now Froggen is going to face check. He finds Marin, Ring of Frost locks him down. Glacial Path gets Marin out, and the rotation
Faker's not there.
for
This is
EU to make it to the bottom lane.
5 EU members down bottom here. Faker's going to make quick work of that turret if they don't send somebody.
Amazing gets caught by the rocket grab after taking Gromp.
Agreed. Lantern was there as well.
One more camp.
So not only do they lose the turret here that we're talking about for Faker, but also an extra kill.
Yeah, split push Baron too coming in.
Coming apart at the seams. Score tries to find the cocoon. The Lantern's already fired. The rest of LCK, look, middle lane being pressured, bottom lane being pressured. Those Baron and Powered minions are going to do work. Mad Life's moving. Here comes Prey.
Still waiting for that Kalista Blitzcrank interaction. Hopefully they go for it.
For Europe,
You think they tried it once, failed, and like, never again?
this is problematic because they don't have wave pool. They're relying very much on the culling.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They want to get the split push game going was the idea there from the get-go, but...
On paper, the composition does make sense. Scuttlecraft goes down. Huni could match Faker later on in the game on paper, but because he's so far behind and Faker is the one so far ahead, it's actually impossible for Europe to find a matchup that can actually answer Faker, and that's actually spearheading the split push for LCK, because otherwise, the Sounder into Kassadin, yes, the lanes are switched up, but later in the game, Froggen can easily win that matchup even slightly from behind, and Huni should have been able to deal with Faker, but because the game played out the way it did, very troublesome for Europe.
Yeah, it was actually that last call there from the ULCS to send 5 members to the bottom turret without being able to siege. That cost them this big gold increase for LCK, and Dragon number 3, they continue sacking.
The rest of the European team, they're in the middle lane. They might get surrounded. Rekkles is in trouble. There is a QSS available. Instantly grabs it, takes the Lantern. Mad Life is eating the culling. Huni forced to leap backwards. Counter-strike is used, but he's already down. Prey gets the kill and he's on full HP. Faker's zoning on the backline. Rekkles has already used that QSS as Marin is the next victim. Follows the Living Shadow over the wall. Faker gets the kill. It's a double for Prey on the other side of the fight, and Kasing is being run down. Here comes Prey. He's looking for the triple. Got the auto attacks, and he'll find it. An easy team fight win for LCK.
Froggen, the last man alive, is not going to be able to do much. As he said, no wave clear there. And the LCK are going to be able to capitalize on that with turrets. Yeah, Huni actually went for a second offensive item, even being behind like this, and just got blown up. You saw there, all he could do in the fight was Counter-Strike, and as soon as it was gone, gets pulled back in, instantly blown up.
Yeah, good hook by Mad Life. EU got pincered. They had to use all their defensive tools to get out of the initial part of the fight, and then the re-engage really solidified why that fight went the way it did. Almost zero return damage. The only person going low there in the end, Mad Life, didn't even get picked up by Froggen. Amazing, also wasted his kick on the support that had no cooldown, so...
Yeah, very big mid-game swing here for the LCK.
Super minions pouring down the middle lane and empowered minions on the side. It's going to make life way more difficult for EU to claw this back. On the bright side, Huni does have his Rage Blade and his Gunblade, but he's in a 2v1. Let's see if he can get away with this. He's going to get locked down by the Tomb. Counter-Strike will prevent some damage, and Reckless is there for a distraction. Amazing. Somehow is caught in the middle of the river, middle of the jungle, and he's dropped.
They're all venturing into the fog of war here, trying to explore the darkness, and LCK defending their territory. Very risky. LCS, Marin. This is, oh yeah, this is a while ago.
This is the fight initially. Counter-Strike does nothing, and boom. That's all we're waiting for. Ballista. Only pulled him like really 2 Teemos, still counts.
Yeah, and then Prey is able to clean up this side, while on the other side, Faker is making quick work of the back line, and Reckless does end up going down as well as Xing.
That ends up being the team fight that could cost Team Ice All-Star 2015.
At this point, throw Huni into a side lane, just have him split push, and hope that he can outplay somebody, because that's what that build is for. If you build double damage items, it needs to be a one-on-one fight.
He can actually outplay Marin now because he finishes the Quicksilver Sash, and the whole reason that, that Marin actually managed to do well against him is because he kept him at bay. If you can break the CC, jump on him immediately, with some good Counter-Strike placements, it's actually impossible for Lissandra to E out.
That's a big if on the side of Huni. Vision also in favor of LCK. Amazing. Let's look for the rocket grab. Does a little safeguard away. Baron has respawned as well, so not only do EU have to deal with the gold deficit, the kill deficit, the tower deficit, the vision deficit, it's the threat of Baron. Rocket grab onto Froggen. Let's see if he's reactions will be apt. Scores going forward. Marin's teleported in behind. And that was just dirty.
Yeah, good teleport there, but they are stalling. Hitting one jungler for the Huni split push right now. They could trade Baron for inhib. They chase.
How is going to get secured if LCK go Baron while there's Faker to deal with Huni?
They need to counterplay. Huni needs to get out of there and fight the Baron 4 with a numbers advantage. He's actually going on Faker here.
Oh! Silver Sash is available and has been used. Faker throws out the Shurikens. Huni's still looking to fight. Has used the Gunblade. And the rest of EU are moving towards the Baron. This Baron's going to get secured.
They don't have any vision in the river. So risky there.
Huni went for the outplay and did not pull that one off. So Baron number 2 secured for Team Fire. Secured by the LCK. That might just be all she wrote.
A very tough spot right now. Really good from LCK distributing their members. Marin in the mid lane, keeping them at bay. Nobody really checking for the Kalista doing the Baron.
Also look at the build here for Score. He's so far ahead on this Elise 8-1, and he's opted to turn his Aegis. Oh! Marin does get...
Score connects with a Cocoon. Now Froggen gets pulled back, but Riftwalk actually puts him to safety. Goes golden for a few seconds longer, and Amazing decides to peace out, but this might be problematic. Froggen goes down as Amazing is moving deeper into the jungle. He's got the mobility to make it out, and Xing will survive a few seconds longer. Not long enough to do real damage, though. Huni, how long does he commit before he backs? That's the question.
I think he has to go until somebody else revives, because there's no hope for them to defend with only 3 players, so you might as well continue split pushing and see what you can get. But again, Score, he's turned his Aegis of the Legion into a Banner of Command, so they have a Banner of Command Baron buffed cannon minion down there, and the push should go very easily for LCK.
And it does. They've traded inner turrets, cresting 9,000 gold difference. Amazing is still playing in the jungle.
Yeah, they're looking to trade Nexus for Inhibitor right here.
Nexus for Inhibitor.
That doesn't check out.
If Huni can make that one work. Teleport comes down onto the Nexus turret. The rest of LCK starting to play just a tad safer. Banner of Command, giant tank on the Nexus turrets, and LCK with supers in 2 lanes. Content to play it safe and back away. Amazing. Ward hops over, but he's going to find himself running into Faker and Mad Life. Defensive flash, Ghost Blade popped, and Faker will back out.
LCK still like their dragons.
They do, and Huni's already been forced to use that QSS. Cocoon comes down and he's shut down. No tankiness on that Jackson. The assassins of LCK are too far ahead. Faker comes over the wall. Hourglass will be used to mitigate the damage. And the swagger from Faker. He gets the kill. This is the final team fight, I feel, as Kasing goes down. That's a double kill for Faker. Only 2 members of the European squad and Team Ice remain to hold on, but it will not be enough. The LCK Korean All-Stars are onto the Nexus turrets. They've taken one down. They will get themselves some more kills as Amazing goes down. Reckless left standing, it will not matter. LCK will close out the game. They will pick up the 300 points. And Team Fire will be closing out All-Star 2015 as your champions.
Faker stands alone at the Nexus.
One man on the throne.
As everyone dies.
Mad Light just sitting still with that confetti. It's a lot of confetti.
What a game from LCK. What a game from Team Fire. Hugs all around.
What a commanding end there for the LCK squad. Really pulling out the big guns in the best of 3 finals here.
Yep. Just Huni just couldn't quite get into the game. Reckless like a did well though on the bottom lane. Reckless good performance.
Seeing Amazing had some definite highlights throughout the series as well.
Yep. The top side of the map was too hard to deal with. Fantastic effort though from the European team to stay in the match when they were this far down. Remember, we had a pretty close mid game only because EU managed to outplay Korea at the point where Huni was farming, but then superior map positioning, macro play came through from the LCK with some nice outplays too. So overall, pretty decent game.
Exciting series, but just great turnaround as well for the LCK squad. They had absolutely everything on lockdown, from picks and bans, game plan, execution, and they punished every single mistake that EU.
And here comes the rest of Team Fire.
North America following, as well as LMS. It was a team effort. Everybody won points at different stages. And actually, this is really important as well, because once the competitive season starts, there will be an IP boost. A bigger one given away to Team Fire's regions, NA, LMS, and the LCK. Compliments of your All-Stars, compliments of the performances and the achievements they've done this weekend. It's really great to see everybody standing on stage together.
Yeah, and every time I see Faker Bjergsen talking, I really want to know what's going on in that conversation.
Takes me back to the days of like season 2 when you would walk into after the games at like a player after party. You would see Alex Siege on one chair, Frog on the other, staring at each other and really talking for 3 hours about mid-lane matchups. Cartus LeBlanc was talked about.
I feel like if you could go listen in and
just soak up,
you would become a great mid laner yourself.
Just by standing in that conversation, I managed to go from a silver 4 to a silver 3 mid laner.
What are the secrets? Ah, you kill them.
All-Star champions. Dyrus holding the plaque above his head. The rest of the plaques will be distributed shortly. I think that's fair.
Do a little wiggle.
Ray, so jovial.
So what was the final point score here for Team Fire? 1,075 points to the 875 points accrued over the 1v1s, over the fun modes. Every single player is passing them down the line now, but they will all be receiving their own plaque.
So give me that. No, it's mine. I'm taking this one home, man.
They will be getting their own. They will be getting their own to hang on the wall.
Can I hold it?
That's going to be real heavy, actually, to put in your suitcase back home.
Yep. You'll likely ship it.
Hopefully. I hope so. Yeah, I certainly hope so.
Don't want to walk to security, sir. Is that you're holding there? It's a weapon.
So congratulations once again to Team Fire, North America LMS, and the LCK. They win the final. To find out more about how they did that, we're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Fire in the end, 1,075 points and taking home the title. And what a wonderful champion it is. And fully deserved after also that second game out of the LCK, of the EU squad. And it did go better for them early game, but it still wasn't
Yeah, may not. It's a great product. Thumbs up and.
What's in? Ooh, Cheez-Its. Grab the Cheez-Its. The problem is to do that. In the meantime, it wasn't enough. It's definitely small. Alright, it's probably not the dumbest thing I've ever done, but that's gonna taste good. I don't know if this actually turned out the way I wanted it to, but this is a deep fried white cheddar Cheez-It deep fried SpaghettiO sandwich. Honestly, this sandwich is like everything that I love combined into one thing. Like, I love grilled cheese, I love SpaghettiOs, I